Welcome, traveler. Sit down with me beside the fire. The night is cool, and the wind stirs softly through the shutters. You are safe here. The hearth is lit, and the world beyond the door can wait. Tonight, we will journey backward, not through war or kings or battles, but through something older, quieter, and more human. Tonight, we will remember how people once lived with pain, how they met it not with panic, but with patience, how they answered suffering not with science, but with silence and touch and time. In the centuries before medicine had names for things, before glass bottles lined clean shelves and white coats moved through sterile rooms, there were hands. Just hands and hearts. A mother pressing a cloth to her child's head, a monk kneeling beside a bed, whispering prayers, a midwife holding the hand of a laboring woman through the night. These were the healers not because they knew all the answers, but because they stayed. This story is theirs. It is not a story of cures, it is a story of care, of small kitchens that smelled of herbs, of quiet songs hummed in dark rooms, of tears wiped gently from tired faces. We will not rush. There is no need. Let the fire crackle. Let the hours pass. Like breath, there is time enough for everything. So close your eyes, if you wish. Breathe with me. And listen. This is how medieval people dealt with pain and illness, not perfectly, not fearlessly, but lovingly. And that, perhaps, is what matters most. In the long, quiet hours of a cold medieval evening, when the wind curled like fingers beneath the wooden doors, and the only warmth came from the sputtering hearth, pain was not merely a condition, it was a constant companion. For most medieval people, pain was as ordinary as hunger and as familiar as prayer. In a world without anesthesia, without antiseptics, and without our modern understanding of disease, pain was not something to be cured, but something to be endured, understood, and in many cases to explore how medieval people dealt with pain and illness is to step gently into a forgotten world where healing was as much about belief as it was about balm, and where the line between body and soul blurred in the smoky light of a tallow candle. The medieval view of health was deeply entwined with the concept of balance, not just balance in the physical sense, but balance of the four humours: blood, phlegm, yellow, bile, and black bile. These were not just bodily fluids to the medieval mind. They were temperaments, forces, moods. Too much blood made one hot and moist, perhaps passionate and energetic, but also prone to fevers and rashes. Too much black bile brought coldness and dryness, and with it, melancholy. To restore balance was to restore health, and to fall ill was, in essence, to fall out of harmony with nature, God, or the stars. It was not uncommon for the sick to be diagnosed with an excess of a humor based on their behavior as much as their physical symptoms. A weepy woman might be said to suffer from too much phlegm, an angry man, too much choler. In this way, diagnosis was part medicine, part observation, and part storytelling. Treatment, too, followed the path of harmony. The barber surgeon might bleed a patient to reduce their blood, attaching a row of leeches to the skin until they swelled and dropped off. This wasn't just a gruesome procedure, it was, to medieval logic, a rational one. Bloodletting was a way of purging the body of excess, of calming the internal storm. There were even calendars and charts to determine the most auspicious time to bleed someone, often aligning with the moon or the movement of the planets. For the body was seen as a reflection of the cosmosan inner world, mirroring the outer one. Herbs played a quieter, gentler role in healing. In the hands of monks, wise women, or local apothecaries, plants were gathered, dried, crushed, and steeped into teas or pastes. Chamomile for fever, valerian for sleep, yarrow to staunch wounds. Each plant was a small miracle, a green medicine whispered from nature itself. Yet this knowledge was far from random. It was often deeply symbolic. The doctrine of signatures, a popular idea of the time, suggested that God had placed visual clues in plants to indicate their use. A plant with heart-shaped leaves might be good for heart ailments. One with yellow sap, perhaps for jaundice. This logic, though flawed by modern standards, lent a kind of poetic sense to the herbal world. To gather medicine from the hedgerows was to read the language of God's creation. Pain relief, when it came more often through ritual and comfort than pharmaceutical precision. People prayed not just for healing, but to understand the meaning of their suffering. Illness could be punishment, a test of faith, or a cleansing of sin. The sick would often be taken to holy shrines, such as the shrine of St. Thomas Becket in Canterbury, where it was believed miracles could occur. There, they might lie prostrate on cold stone, hoping the saint's relics would intercede. Others tied charms around their necks or slept with amulets under their pillow, small tokens etched with Latin words or symbols of power. Healing was often as much about hope as it was about the body. Astrology, too, guided medicine. Before a treatment was chosen, a healer might consult the stars. If Mars was in a certain house, it might be a poor time to take a certain herb, or a dangerous time for surgery. Each body part was linked to a zodiac sign, the head with Aries, the feet with Pisces, and this celestial map influenced everything from when to cut hair to when to attempt childbirth. To us, it may seem strange, but to them it was entirely logical. The heavens dictated the rhythms of tides and crops. Why should they not influence the health of men? Surgeons in the medieval era were often separate from physicians. Physicians were learned men, trained in the universities and well-versed in the works of Galen and Hippocrates. They wore long robes and prescribed treatments, but rarely touched their patients. Surgeons, on the other hand, did the physical work, the setting of bones, the lancing of boils, the amputation of limbs. Barbers often doubled as surgeons, giving them the colorful title of barber surgeon. They practiced their trade with knives, saws, and courage, often relying more on experience than theory. Surgery was brutal, quick, and without anesthetic. The patient was held down, the procedure performed with speed, and prayers were whispered with every scream. Infection, of course, was common, but success stories spread quickly, and the surgeon with the steadiest hands often became a local legend. For childbirth, women turned to midwives. These were often older women of experience, known to the community and trusted more than any male. The birthing chamber was a female space, where herbs were burned, prayers chanted, and every moment held both fear and sanctity. Infant mortality was high, and childbirth was one of the most dangerous events in a woman's life. Midwives knew the signs of trouble. They might use oils, charms, or herbal infusions to ease labor. They understood when to act and when to wait. Though modern medicine would later disparage their methods, in their time they were healers of the highest order. Mental illness, too, had its interpretations, many of them dark. Madness might be seen as demonic possession, a punishment from God, or a result of sin. The afflicted were sometimes isolated, chained, or subjected to rituals meant to drive out spirits. Yet there were also more compassionate responses. Some monasteries provided care for the mentally ill, offering quiet, prayerful spaces for recovery. In some rare cases, saints were believed to have the power to heal madness, and pilgrimages were arranged. Still, the understanding was limited, and the line between medical and moral judgment was thin. In villages and towns, much of healing was done in the home. Mothers passed down remedies to daughters. Old women sold simples in baskets, bundles of thyme, comfrey, and wormwood. The sick might be nursed with broths, wrapped in warm cloth, or rubbed with ointments. Comfort was often the best medicine. Songs were sung to the ailing, jokes told, hands held. Pain was not something to be hidden. A weight was part of life. And care was often communal. There were also hospitals, though nothing like today's sterile institutions. Many were attached to monasteries, run by monks or nuns, and focused more on spiritual healing than physical. Clean beds, warm food, and prayer were the main offerings. The goal was often not to cure, but to comfort. These places were sanctuaries, where the poor or dying might find dignity. Leprosy hospitals, known as leprosaria, existed on the edges of towns, places of quarantine as much as care. Lepers were feared, but also pitied. They carried bells to announce their presence, yet were also given food and prayers. The church taught that caring for them was a holy act, and yet not all healing was spiritual. Some was cunning, even sly. There were wise women who knew how to prepare potions that soothed coughs, stilled pain, or eased nightmares. There were cunning men who offered spells for love, protection, and healing. Their knowledge was often practical, handed down through generations, but also wrapped in secrecy. Some viewed them with suspicion, others with awe. They walked a fine line between healer and heretic. In some cases, they were accused of witchcraft, especially when healing defied explanation. Diseases, when they came, could devastate. The plague, that great terror of the 14th century, taught people just how fragile the body could be. Buboes swelled and burst, fevers raged, and entire towns were silenced. Medical understanding could not match the fury of the Black Death. Some blamed the air, the Jews, or God's wrath. Some turned to flagellation, beating themselves to atone. Others simply waited. Yet, even in that terror, healing persisted. Herbs were burned, doors painted with charms. Doctors donned beaked masks, stuffed with scented herbs, believing the plague floated in the air like a miasma. It was a time of fear, but also of resistance, however futile. Throughout all of this, one truth remained: the human desire to ease pain, to heal, to comfort, is eternal. In medieval times, this meant leeches and prayers, herbs and stars. It meant accepting suffering as part of life, but not surrendering to it. They may not have had our science, but they had something else: a profound reverence for life, and an unshakable belief that healing was possible, even in the face of death. The daily life of a medieval person was full of little aches and quiet hardships: blisters from walking in worn leather shoes, backs that creaked from years bent over in fields, toothaches that turned into infections. There were no painkillers, as we know them, no codeine, no aspirin. Relief came in layers, from poultices warmed by the hearth and pressed gently onto skin, from steam rising off herbal infusions sipped slowly before bed, from the quiet murmur of a loved one's voice. In the flickering dark, pain was ever present, but so was the will to soften it. A compress of mashed fennel seeds or mustard might be applied to a sore joint. Onion boiled in milk was a common folk remedy for a congested chest. Even the scent of rosemary tied in a sachet and worn around the neck was thought to revive the senses and stave off headaches. Healing was a tapestry of gesture and tradition, woven from memory and passed from hand to hand. Children were taught from an early age to endure. A scraped knee wasn't met with antiseptic, but with cool river water, perhaps the rub of nettles, if believed to draw out pain. A feverish child might be wrapped in cloths soaked with vinegar and laid beside an open window to let the night air rebalance the heat. In many ways, illness was treated by respecting it, giving it time, space, and observation. It was believed that the body knew how to heal, and the task of the healer was simply to help it along, to remove blockages, calm turmoil, restore the rhythm of nature. This intuitive medicine didn't rely on measurements or doses. It relied on watching, listening, waiting. The language of healing was rich with metaphor. A sore was not merely a wound, it was a sign of disharmony. A cough might be a protest of the lungs, a rebellion of the breath. Medieval medicine often involved poetry, in a sense, for it saw the body not as a machine, but as a garden, as a cathedral, as a vessel in tune with forces, both earthly and divine. Just as one tended soil or stoked a fire, one had to tend the body. There were seasonal considerations, astrological alignments, even the phase of the moon. A wound dressed during a waning moon, it was said, would heal more swiftly. These beliefs gave shape to the invisible forces of illness. They offered people a sense of control, however faint, in the face of pain. Within monasteries, care became part of holy duty. Monks would rise before the dawn, their feet wrapped in rough wool, and begin the day's work with prayer, chanting psalms that echoed down stone halls and into the infirmary. There, they would tend to the sick with a solemn grace, applying ointments, washing wounds, reading scripture to soothe anxious minds. The infirmary garden was a sacred place, filled with the quiet rustle of sage, feverfew, angelica, and marigold. Each plant was a kind of sermon. The preparation of medicine was itself a ritual, done in silence, with care, under candlelight. Illness was not a disruption of life, was woven into the rhythm of monastic devotion. Outside the walls of the abbey, in the towns and hamlets where most people lived, the line between healing and magic grew thinner. A toothache might be soothed by tying a hare's foot around one's neck. Warts could be charmed away by rubbing them with a bean and then burying it under the full moon. Though modern minds may dismiss such remedies, they carried real psychological weight. Belief was powerful medicine, and the act of doing anything offered comfort. And so charms were whispered, saints were invoked, small rituals carried out with a kind of sacred hope. Pain was made more bearable when it had meaning. In marketplaces and fairs, healers would sometimes set up stalls. There, amidst the din of livestock and clamour of coins, one might find a man selling vials of greenish oil, promising to cure aches, fevers, and the evil eye. Some were charlatans, others believed in their craft. Still others offered true herbs, dried and bound in string, with handwritten instructions folded into linen pouches. These healers were often illiterate, but deeply knowledgeable in the lore of plants and seasons. They knew which root to dig before dawn, which flower to gather only on St. John's Eve. Their skills were part instinct, part inheritance. It was not uncommon for them to have learned from a parent or grandparent. Their medicine passed down like a family heirloom. And then there were the bone setters, men and women who knew, through experience, how to set a fractured leg or coax a shoulder back into place. They used no x-rays, no splints, ordered from afar only touch, patience, and practice. A village bone setter was often more trusted than a university-trained physician. They understood the human body in a way that could not be learned from books. After all, a healer who lived among you, who knew your name, your gait, the kind of work you did, could offer something no distant academic could. Medieval people did not compartmentalize the body as we do. A fever was not simply a rise in temperature. It might be an imbalance of spirit, a sign of sin, or the result of a bad wind that entered through the ear. Emotional distress could be treated with herbs for the stomach. Spiritual malaise might cause actual blindness. The mind and the body were bound together, not just by nerves and tissue, but by the breath of life itself. And so, a healer might prescribe confession as easily as a tincture, fasting as readily as fennel. The soul was part of the diagnosis. Cleansing was a common theme. Purges, vomits, bloodletting, all were meant to release what did not belong. Illness was seen not as something to destroy, but something to remove. A bad humor, a corrupted air, a spirit. The goal was to make space for balance to return. Even bathing, though infrequent, was sometimes part of healing. Warm water with rosemary and bay might soothe aching limbs. A bath infused with wine or milk might be offered to the wealthy. And while medieval people did not bathe as often as we do, they did not entirely shun cleanliness. Rather, water was used purposefully, sparingly, and often ceremonially. Music, too, played a role in health. It was believed that harmonious sounds could restore harmony in the body. Lutes, psalteries, and human voices were used not just for entertainment, but for healing. In some monasteries, the reading of psalms aloud to the sick was not only a spiritual act, but a kind of sonic medicine. Words were vessels of healing, whether sung, whispered, or prayed. Some believed certain prayers had healing frequencies. Others swore by the repeating of phrases or the use of names of saints, like protective incantations. The spoken word was a tool in the healer's kit. In times of war, pain was ever more immediate. Soldiers returned from battle with festering wounds, splinters of arrow shafts lodged deep in muscle, or broken bones hastily wrapped in leather. Field surgery was grim. Cauterization, the burning of a wound to seal it, was common. Iron rods heated in flame were pressed to flesh as men screamed into the night. There was no antiseptic, no morphine. The pain was endured or dulled with strong ale, opium if one was lucky, or the blunt edge of exhaustion. Yet even then, healing came in the form of companions, of the soft voice of a nurse, of the shared memory of survival. The human spirit clung to life, even when flesh failed. There was one more layer to medieval medicina: sacred trust in the body as divine architecture. To injure the body was not just misfortune. It was a reminder of mortality, of sin, and of the promise of resurrection. Pain was a symbol. Some saints were said to have bled from invisible wounds, sharing in the suffering of Christ. Others took on illnesses willingly, believing it would draw them closer to the divine. This idea that pain could purify offered meaning to those for whom medicine had no answers. In monasteries, some even wore hair shirts or chains under their robes, self-inflicting discomfort as a devotional practice. They welcomed pain not out of madness, but as a path to salvation. Yet for all its strangeness, its rituals and beliefs, medieval healing was never without compassion. The care of the sick, the cradling of the feverish, the spooning of broth into trembling lips, these acts transcended time and theory. In the dim huts and stone hospitals of the Middle Ages, people cared for one another. They suffered together. They shared their pain, their knowledge, their prayers, and in that sharing, there was healing. Among the most enduring traditions of medieval medicine was the reverence held for saints and their relics: bones, hair, robes, even drops of blood or shards of coffins believed to hold miraculous power. People would walk for days, weeks even, to visit the shrine of a saint who was known for healing a particular ailment. Some shrines became so popular that towns grew around them. These holy sites were not only places of pilgrimage, but centers of care, where the boundary between faith and medicine faded into candle smoke and incense. The sick would kneel beside tombs, kiss glass reliquaries, press their bodies against carved stones said to radiate healing energy. They believed that saints listened, even to the whispered suffering of peasants. For those who had nothing, not even herbs or coin, this faith was the most powerful remedy they could reach for. But not every story of healing happened in public view. Much took place quietly, behind cottage doors, or in the shadows of village trees where herbalists laid their tools upon blankets and treated those too poor to seek a doctor. There, in the hush of dusk, salves were stirred over coals, pastes smeared gently onto cracked skin, and teas poured into wooden bowls for coughing children. Each healer had their own recipes, some scribbled in tiny books bound with string, others carried only in memory. A poultice of boiled plantain leaves for swelling, a syrup of honey and clove for sore throats, a mash of crushed ivy to draw out the rot from an infected cut. These were not mass cures, but deeply personal ones. They required time, attention, and the steady patience of someone who saw illness not as a war to be won, but as a tide to be waited out. The medieval world did not separate medicine from food in the way we do today. Eating itself was a kind of healing. Broths were made with marrow bones and sweetened with herbs. Grains were chosen not just for nutrition, but for their properties. Barley for cooling a fever, oats for strengthening a weak stomach. Cheese was either a blessing or a danger, depending on the humoral state of the eater. The very act of chewing was thought to activate digestion and balance. Fasting, too, was medicinal as well as spiritual. On certain days, the sick were told to abstain not out of penance, but to give their body rest, to lighten the burden of the stomach and let the inner fire cleanse itself. Even water was rarely drunk plain. It was warmed, mixed with wine, or steeped with herbs. Nothing was considered neutral. Every bite, every sip, had meaning. Doctors, those few who were trained in universities, often carried weighty tomes with them, bound in leather and copied by hand. These books contained the words of Hippocrates and Galen, filtered through Arabic. Translators and medieval scribes, they were filled with diagrams of organs, charts of humors, and long lists of symptoms, cross-referenced with celestial alignments. To read one was not to uncover cold facts, but to enter a philosophy of the body. Illness had order, pattern, cause. The body was seen as a structure made of natural forces: wind, fire, earth, water, each behaving differently in every person. Diagnosis was part astrology, part physiology, and part performance. A good physician listened carefully, not only to what the patient said, but how they said it, how they moved, what they smelled like. The color of urine was examined under light. The pulse taken by placing 3 fingers to the wrist and watching the patient's face. A cough might be diagnosed as an imbalance of cold moisture in the lungs, phlegm rising too strongly, clogging the natural flow of air. But the truth was that most people never saw a doctor. They saw their mother, their neighbor, the old woman, who had helped deliver every child in the village for the past 30 years. They went to the shepherd who knew which moss stopped bleeding, or the washerwoman who brewed willow bark tea to ease aching joints. Healing was folk knowledge. It grew like moss on stone, slowly, without books or titles, but deeply embedded in place. A girl might learn to mix comfrey and butterfat for bruises just by watching her grandmother do it 100 times. A boy might learn which roots to chew for toothache while tending sheep. These traditions were not always safe. Some caused harm, but they came from a desire to corrand. That desire was universal. Among the most curious features of medieval healing were the charms and spoken prayers, often written down in a blend of Latin and the local tongue, folded into bits of cloth or parchment and worn against the skin. These charms were said to protect against fevers, snake bites, nightmares, even heartbreak. They were not seen as superstition, but as medicine of a different kind, medicine of the invisible world. Some were passed down for generations. Others were created anew, shaped by need and desperation. A charm might say, Jesus walked, Jesus spoke, Jesus healed the bleeding woman. So shall this blood be stopped. The words themselves, spoken in rhythm, held power. Not all illness could be seen. Not all healing came from herbs. Women were at the heart of this hidden medicine. Though denied formal education, they were keepers of knowledge in almost every village. They knew how to swaddle a child with colic, how to stitch a torn brow, how to ease a woman through childbirth with touch and breath and hot stones wrapped in linen. They sang to the sick, rubbed oil into limbs, whispered prayers into ears dulled by fever. Many were respected, others feared. Their knowledge was both admired and envied, and in later centuries, some would be accused of witchcraft for practicing the very arts that once made them beloved. But in the Middle Ages, they were often the first and last comfort the ill would know. Their hands shaped the quiet resistance against suffering. It is easy from the future to look back on these methods and call them primitive. But healing is never just about science. It is about presence. In a time with no anesthesia, no antibiotics, no electricity, care still bloomed. A mother sitting beside her dying son, wiping sweat from his brow with a cloth dipped in lavender. Water, a monk kneeling beside an old man's bed, whispering the Psalms until his breathing slowed. A girl bringing wild mint to her father after hearing him cough through the night. These acts did not cure, but they healed. They made pain bearable. They told the sick, "You are not alone." Some parts of medieval medicine were surprisingly advanced. Cauterization, crude as it was, did prevent some infections. Trepanning, the cutting of a hole in the skull to relieve pressure, was done with success more often than expected, judging by the bone regrowth seen in archaeological remains. Dental tools have been found, along with surgical knives, forceps, and probes. Manuals from the Islamic world, translated and copied by European scholars, introduced antiseptic techniques using vinegar and alcohol. In cities, regulations emerged about the cleanliness of streets and the inspection of meat. Public health was rudimentary, but not absent. People noticed patterns. Disease followed filth. Plagues struck hardest in crowded quarters. Foul air brought fever. Even without microscopes, they tried to make sense of it. But when sense failed, symbolism stepped in. A pox might be God's punishment for pride. A rash, the sign of envy. Illness did not just afflict the body, it revealed the soul's faults. Yet this too brought comfort, in a way. For if pain had meaning, it could be borne. If suffering was a message, it could be answered. Pilgrimages were not escapes, but journeys toward grace. Confession could be part of a treatment. Mercy was medicine. And death itself was not failure, but transition. People prepared for death not as a horror, but a rite. They made wills, said goodbye, asked for forgiveness, and hoped that their pain had purified them for what lay beyond. And so the world turned, season by season, and the same herbs were gathered from the hedgerows, the same prayers repeated beside, the same beds. Pain came and went like weather. Some people recovered, some did not. But always, someone stayed beside them, holding a hand, boiling water, humming a lullaby. That was medicine too. In the colder corners of the medieval world, on moors wrapped in mist, or in mountain villages that slept beneath the snow pane, took on an even more enduring presence. Cold numbed limbs, damp air settled in joints, and when illness came, it came not just with heat or fever, but with chill, with silence, with the slow stiffness that crept in through the bones. People in these places learned to live not only with pain, but with waiting. Waiting for the thaw, for the herbs to return, for the warmth of spring to bring back health. Winter was a season of endurance, and medicine adapted to match it. Hot drinks made from elderflower and mugwort were pressed into shivering hands. Beds were stuffed with straw and layered with furs. Feet were wrapped in warm cloths soaked in vinegar or spirits. Some believed that fire itself, carefully tended and never allowed to go out, could drive away not just cold, but the demons of illness. In those frozen months, healing was as much about keeping hope alive as keeping the body warm. Across the seas and shifting borders of medieval Europe, there were differences in practice, of course. Arabic medicine, far more advanced than that. A of Christian Europe spread through southern regions via trade, conquest, and the slow exchange of texts. In Muslim Spain, hospitals had wards, baths, trained staff, and medical libraries. Physicians like Avicenna wrote books that would shape medicine for centuries. His canon of medicine was translated into Latin and became required reading in many universities. In his view, the pulse, urine, and tongue were windows into the patient's state. Illness was still linked to humors, but also to observation, to climate, to diet. This blending of science and philosophy found its way into Christian lands, though slowly and always through the lens of theology. The Church remained both a guardian of knowledge and a gatekeeper. Healing was holy, but it had to serve the soul first. Yet even in the most modest villages, echoes of this wider knowledge could be found. A traveling monk might carry a copied page of Avicenna's work, folded into his robe beside his psalter. A noble family's steward might have a physician from Salerno or Cordoba. A merchant's wife might have heard, through whispered conversation at a fair, of a new preparation using pomegranate peel to stop bleeding. Medicine was always moving, always adapting, not fast, but steadily, like a river carving stone. In towns, the rhythms of health followed the church bells. Births were marked with baptisms, illnesses with prayers, and deaths with tolls that echoed over rooftops and into alleyways. The sick were anointed. Priests visited homes to bless the dying and offer last rites. Healing and the sacred were inseparable. Even when leeches were applied or bones set with splints, it was believed that God's will was the true healer. A successful recovery was a miracle, a lingering illness, a test. People were patient with suffering, not because they enjoyed it, but because they believed it meant something, that it could purify, that it could connect them with something larger than themselves. Children were perhaps the most vulnerable. Infant mortality rates were high. Sometimes half of all children born did not reach their 5th birthday. Fever, diarrhea, infections from small scratches could become fatal. Mothers learned early how to spot danger signs. They also learned to cope with loss, to carry the memory of a child in silence, and to pour their love into the ones who remained. Small remedies for children were passed from cradle to cradle: fennel for colic, poppy syrup for sleep, warm oil in the ears to calm. Crying, there was no such thing as a pain-free childhood, but there was tenderness. Hands that rocked the cradle and stirred the remedy were often the same. Some towns developed roles for designated healers, not just physicians, but midwives, bone setters, herb women, tooth pullers. These people were part of the social fabric. They were called on in emergencies, paid with coins or bread, sometimes feared, sometimes celebrated. A good midwife might deliver hundreds of children in her lifetime. A skilled bone setter could restore a farmer to work or save a soldier from amputation, but their reputations were fragile. A failed healing could turn praise into suspicion. People lived close to mystery, and when illness seemed unnatural, blame could fall quickly. Was it a curse? Had someone invoked a demon? Even within the warmth of shared remedies and communal care, there lurked the cold threat of accusation. And so healers worked carefully, spoke modestly, and did their best to let their actions speak for them. Pain that lingered, chronic pain, as we would call it now, was often treated not with cures, but with routines. People learned to live with aching joints, with back pain from labor, with failing eyesight. They adapted. They wore tighter wraps around the knees. They carved walking sticks. They memorized their steps from hearth to door as vision dimmed. There was no shame in slowness, no judgment in fragility. The old were respected not just for their years, but for their endurance. An elder who had survived smallpox, childbirth, famine, and war carried wisdom written in their scars. Pain was a kind of witness, and in storytelling around fires. During winter nights, it was not uncommon to hear tales of healing that sounded more like miracles. A man cured of madness by a dream, a child healed after touching a pilgrim's cloak. Stories gave shape to hope, and hope was its own medicine in monasteries. Scrolls and codices were copied with trembling fingers, spreading not only scripture, but also recipes for healing. The Herbarium of Apuleius, the Physica of Hildegard of Bingen, the works of Gallinor, made their way into libraries, where monks read by the light of beeswax and remembered what their ancestors had known. Hildegard, a 12th century abbess and mystic, saw healing as both spiritual and natural. She believed that herbs, gemstones, even the stars had healing power. Her medicine was filled with song and silence, ritual and reverence. Her writing suggested that illness could be eased through harmony of diet, thought, and sound. She recommended fennel to make a person happy, lavender to lighten the heart, and spelt bread as nourishment and comfort. Though dismissed by some in later centuries, her influence spread wide during her lifetime. Meanwhile, village herbalists continued to listen to the land. They watched which plants thrived in sick soil. They noted which birds nested near healing springs. They whispered names of roots not listed in any book. Each region had its own secrets: the healing mud of one forest, the cooling bark of a certain tree, the bitter seed that stopped a wound from festering. Local knowledge was as important as religious authority. The forest was a pharmacy, and the stars its watchful eyes. It was not all gentle, of course. There were harsh treatments too: amputations done in haste, infected wounds left open to drain, and fevers fought with cold plunges. Sometimes the pain of the cure rivaled the illness itself. Cupping, scarification, and purging all had their place. But always there was the same goal: to bring the body back into balance. Suffering was not ignored. It was met sometimes crudely, sometimes tenderly, but never without acknowledgement. People faced it together in the silence after the healer left. In the long hours of night, when pain flared and fever rose, it was often the patient themselves who became their own doctor. They prayed. They remembered old stories. They reached into the dark for meaning. Pain stripped away distractions. It revealed what mattered. And so, even as their bodies weakened, many found strength in their spirits. That, too, was part of the healing tradition. Not every cure came from outside. Sometimes, the most powerful ones came from within. It is worth pausing for a moment to consider the rhythm of a medieval village, and how illness moved through it like weather. A sneeze in one house might become a cough in another, then a fever in the child who played barefoot in the yard. There were no quarantines, as we understand them today, but there was instinct. If a house grew quiet, the neighbors noticed. Someone brought broth. Someone else checked on the firewood. Illness was not hidden. It was part of the social cycle, a time when the community tightened its circle, offering what help it could: a jar of honey, a candle, a story told at the door. Healing, for most, did not come from isolation. It came from being seen, being remembered. Pain was eased not only by herbs, but by kindness. For those who lived in castles or manor houses, medicine was more complex, yet not always more effective. Wealth could buy a learned physician, yes, and exotic ingredients: myrrh, saffron, powdered pearls, even mummy dust from Egypt, believed to carry ancient power. But these luxuries did not guarantee better outcomes. A noble might bleed more often than a peasant, suffer more purging, endure more experimental treatments in the name of learned medicine. The household physician would keep detailed notes, consulting astrological charts before each decision, watching the moon as closely as the patient. Diet was carefully monitored. meat for strength, fish for coolness, wine for warming the blood. But sometimes, all the golden books in the world could not mend a broken body. And so, even in high towers, the sick whispered prayers in the night, just as the poor did in their thatched huts. Among the poor, pain was part of the architecture of life. Hands calloused by rope and soil, shoulders stiff from hauling water, feet cracked from winter frost. These were not injuries to be treated, but conditions to be endured. Yet, even here, there was healing. A grandmother might boil nettles for aching knees. A child might be taught to chew bark for a sore gum. People made do with what they had, and what they had was often enough. The fire was shared. The bed was warmed with stones. The sick were tended not because they could pay, but because they were part of the whole. Every village had its rhythm, and pain like harvest or snowfall had its season. In the great cathedrals and abbeys, healing took on a grander scale. The bones of saints were laid beneath altars. Crutches left behind by the cured were nailed to wooden beams in thanks. Processions were held for rain, for health, for deliverance from plague. Bells were rung, incense burned, choirs raised there. Voices in chants that echoed through stone arches and out into the fields beyond. People came from far away, limping, coughing, blinded by cataracts or grief. They touched the holy stone, drank water from sacred springs, slept on straw mats under icons of the Virgin or Christ. Healing in these places was rarely dramatic, but it was real. A woman who felt hope again after despair. A man who walked away not cured, but comforted. That, too, was medicine. Meanwhile, in the forests and hills, solitary figures practiced a more private craft. Hermits, wise men, women who knew the names of mosses and stars. They lived at the edge of things not quite holy, not quite feared. People sought them out for ailments that had no name, pains that lingered long after wounds had closed. These healers offered no promises, only their presence. A tea brewed from unseen roots. A chant spoken as a salve was rubbed into the skin. A silent look that saw beyond the surface. They did not write books. Their medicine was in gesture, timing, in knowing when to speak and when to listen. To the frightened and the forgotten. They were often the last refuge. Some ailments defied all treatment's madness. Seizures, unexplained visions. These were feared most of all, not just because they could not be cured, but because they blurred the boundary between human and divine, natural and supernatural. A woman who spoke in tongues might be a prophet or possessed. A boy who screamed at shadows might be afflicted by demons or by something in the blood. Treatments for such conditions varied wildly. Some were tender, prayers, herbs, time spent in quiet cloisters. Others were brutal, chains, cold baths, beatings meant to drive out spirits. The line between healing and punishment grew thin. Yet even here, there were those who showed mercy. Monasteries sometimes offered space for the mad to walk, to pray, to be left alone. And, in rare cases, madness was accepted as a kind of holy burden proof that the sufferer lived closer to the divine than the rest. Wounds and battle injuries carried their own set of rituals. A knight returning from war might bear scars not just of steel, but of memory. Medieval medicine addressed the body, but not always the soul. The pain of having seen too much, of having taken life or watched it lost, had no herbal cure. Some turned to confession, others to drink, a few to solitude. In some regions, warriors' wounds were treated with reverence. A scar on the face might be a mark of honor. An arm that no longer lifted a sword, a sign that the bearer had given his strength for his land or lord. Pain became identity. An identity, worn with pride, could itself be a kind of healing. The Black Death reshaped all of this. When plague, swept across Europe, the patterns of healing shattered. No prayer seemed to work, no charm, no herb. People died in days, sometimes hours. The sick were avoided, the air was feared, cities emptied, entire families disappeared. Healers died alongside the healed. And yet, even in that chaos, people tried. They lit fires in the streets to purify the air. They rang bells to drive away spirits. They bled, purged, fasted, flagellants marched. From town to town, whipping themselves in hope of appeasing God's wrath. Some fled, some stayed and helped the dying, knowing they too would soon fall. That moment in history, brutal and bewildering, revealed both the limits and the depths of medieval medicine. It could not stop the plague, but it could teach compassion. In the worst of times, people still chose to care. And when the plague passed, medicine changed. Slowly, books were copied anew. New ideas from the East flowed in. Universities adjusted their teachings. Old models were questioned. But even then, the core of healing remained close to its roots. A hand held, a wound dressed, a prayer spoken in the dark. The world had changed, but pain had not. And so the same herbs grew, the same songs were sung, the same hope stirred in the chest of every healer who bent over a sick bed and whispered, "Be still, you are not alone." By the light of a low burning lamp, somewhere in a small stone hut at the edge of a clearing, a mother crushed dried thyme between her fingers. The smell rose into the air sharp, clean, calming. Her child coughed behind her, a thin sound that cut through the stillness like a thread pulled tight. She stirred the thyme into warm milk and whispered words her grandmother once whispered to her, "Let it go. Let it loosen. Let it flow away." In the medieval world, these small rituals were acts of resistance against death, against the great unknown. And they happened everywhere. Not just in hospitals or monasteries, but in kitchens, in fields, in forests. Pain was common, but so too was care. The seasons shaped how healing happened. Spring brought the first green shoots, nettles, wild garlic, cleavers, all thought to cleanse the blood after the sluggishness of winter. In summer, flowers were gathered and dried, chamomile, calendula, St. John's wort. Autumn was for roots, burdock, valerian, and angelica, dug carefully before the frost made the earth too hard. Winter was a time of storage and survival. Dried bundles hung from rafters. Jars of honey, vinegar, and rendered fat lined the shelves. Even illness followed the seasons. Winter brought coughs and chilblains. Summer brought fevers. People observed these cycles, not through books, but through repetition, memory, and necessity. Healers often kept track of their knowledge in unexpected ways. Some used patterns etched on wooden boards. Others scratched marks into leather or remembered combinations through rhyme and rhythm. A charm for fevers might begin with a rhyme, simple enough for a child to learn. 3 drops of mint, 3 leaves of rue, fever be gone, let the warmth pass through. These verses were more than words, they were tools for memory. In a world where few could read, healing knowledge lived in the voice and the body. Recipes were spoken aloud while stirring, measured by the pinch, the handful, the time it took a prayer to be spoken. And through this oral tradition, medicine passed from hand to hand, often quietly, with little fanfare. The role of pain itself was differently understood. Pain was not seen as something purely negative. It was a signal, a sign, sometimes a gift. A reminder of one's humanity, of one's distance from paradise, and of the soul's journey. Some theologians taught that pain brought one closer to Christ, that to suffer was to participate in the divine. Others believed it was a test of humility or penance. This belief did not mean people welcomed pain, but it shaped how they endured it. They sought relief, but they also sought meaning. A man with a lame leg might believe he was being called to patience. A woman who wept with every joint inflamed might be told she had been chosen to carry others' suffering. In this view, pain had dignity. Dreams were another source of healing. It was not uncommon for someone to say they had been visited in the night by a saint or an angel, offering advice for a remedy. These dreams were taken seriously. If a woman dreamed of lavender, she might gather it the next morning. If a sick man heard a voice telling him to avoid meat, he might begin a fast. Whether real or imagined, these visions offered guidance when no other answers could be found. Monks recorded such dreams in the margins of manuscripts. Pilgrims told of miraculous instructions whispered to them during sleep at a shrine. The sleeping mind, it was believed, could access truths hidden to the waking one. In times of famine or war, healing became more desperate. Wounds outnumbered clean cloths. Fevers rose in overcrowded shelters. Mothers went without food to feed their children. Priests blessed empty baskets and prayed over hollowed-out pantries. In these moments, pain became communal. The whole village suffered, and healing, if it came, was often spiritual first. A kind word, a song, a simple meal shared. These were the salves available. And while they could not cure infection or broken bones, they could restore something just as vital, the will to endure. Among the more unusual forms of healing was the use of relic waters. In many churches, small vials of water had been left near the bones of saints or dipped in sacred springs. People believed that drinking this water or even touching it could draw power into the body. The water might be sprinkled on wounds or used to anoint the temples. It might be placed on the tongue of someone dying. Such rituals weren't about the water itself, but about connection to the divine, to memory, to lineage. A woman anointing her child's forehead with relic water was placing her trust in a larger story, one that stretched far beyond her own fear and into centuries of belief. Smells played a role in healing too. In cities, where illness often festered in the air, people carried pomandas, small orbs filled with fragrant herbs and spices, cloves, cinnamon, rosemary, rose petals. Physicians wore long-nosed masks packed with aromatic plants, believing that bad smells carried disease and good ones could protect against it. This idea, known as miasma theory, endured for centuries. Though incorrect in its cause, it led to practices that reduced infection by coincidence, like distancing from filth, burning sweet wood, or washing with scented vinegar. Even now, the association between comfort and scent lingers. A bit of lavender on the pillow, a cup of mint tea before sleep. The medieval mind understood that healing was not only what touched the skin, but what moved through the senses. In some towns, processions were held when sickness spread. The healthy and the sick alike walked together through the streets, carrying candles, singing psalms, begging for mercy. At the head, a statue of a healing saint, perhaps Saint Sebastian, pierced by arrows but untouched by plague. Sometimes these processions brought comfort. Other times they brought more infection. But they also reaffirmed the social fabric, the sense that no one suffered alone. Pain became a public event, and so too did hope. Children, especially, experienced medicine as a mix of wonder and fear. A sick child might be soothed with lullabies, but also given strange brews. A carved doll might be tucked into bed with them. As a guardian, if they recovered, it was said that an angel had kissed them. If they worsened, a saint was called upon. Sometimes a child would be passed 3 times under the belly of a donkey to cure whooping cough. These odd customs made sense. In their world, a world where symbolism and comfort often walked hand in hand. As people aged, the accumulation of pain became a kind of wisdom. Old men with twisted fingers and aching spines became teachers. They told stories of how they had endured, what poultices worked, what prayers to say. Their suffering was not hidden, it was shared, offered like a chapter in the book of life, and others listened, because everyone, eventually, would face their own season of pain. There were those who pushed healing further, who studied anatomy through observation and dissection when they could, sometimes in secret, sometimes under the blessing of curious patrons. These were the early edges of scientific medicine. They saw the body not just as a vessel of divine mystery, but as a structure to be understood. And yet, even they, the pioneers of a new age, carried with them the rituals, the prayers, the traditions of the past, because healing, no matter how precise, is still a deeply human act. And in the quiet rooms where a single candle burned, where someone sat beside a feverish sleeper, watching the rise and fall of the chest, time seemed to slow. There was only the breath, the warm hand on a cool forehead, the silence between prayers. In these moments, the entirety of medieval medicine, its strengths and flaws, its rituals and tenderness came down to one truth, that to care is to heal, even if the body never mends. In those quiet corners of the medieval world, where firelight flickered against soot-darkened beams, and silence was broken only by wind against the shutters, there was something sacred in the act of tending to another's pain. A woman might sit beside her husband, rubbing comfrey salve into his swollen knee as he winced. She would say little, because there was little to say. Pain could not always be named, only witnessed. And this witnessing, this choosing to remain close when others turned away, was its own kind of healing. A child might watch her grandmother prepare poultices of warmed moss and bear fat, and through the quiet repetition of gesture, learn not just the recipe, but the rhythm of care. Medieval healing was not only about what was used, but how it was given, slowly, patiently, without hurry, like a prayer said with the hands. The hearth was often the center of this slow medicine. From it came the warmth that eased stiff limbs, the steam that carried herbs into the lungs, the light that guided trembling fingers as ointments were stirred. The hearth was not just for food, it was a tool of healing. Heated stones were wrapped in cloth and placed against bellies. Tallow was melted to mix with dried flowers and poured into salves. Coals glowed under iron pots, where dried sage and thyme bubbled in rainwater. And around this hearth, stories were told of old sicknesses survived, of saints who appeared in dreams, of miraculous recoveries. These stories, half legend and half memory, wrapped themselves around the act of healing, turning it into something more than practical. They made it holy. Pain that could not be touched, heartache, grief, melancholy was addressed in its own way. A man mourning the death of his wife might be encouraged to walk in the woods, to gather herbs, to sit beside water. A woman who could not stop weeping might be given a charm written on parchment and hung around her neck, or instructed to sleep with rosemary under her pillow. Melancholy was considered a real and physical imbalance, too much black bile, cool and dry, settling in the body like shadow. Treatment was gentle. Warm foods, sweet smells, soft fabrics, time in the sun, prayer. People understood that the mind could ache just as the bones did, and so they applied comfort wherever they could, even if they did not yet have the language to call it depression or trauma. One of the most curious aspects of medieval medicine was how deeply it was rooted in observation, even when overlaid with superstition. A healer might not know about bacteria, but she knew that certain wounds healed faster when cleaned with wine. A monk might not understand infection, but he knew that a patient who breathed shallowly and had cold feet was near the end. Patterns were remembered, symptoms associated. Generations of quiet observation had built a kind of wisdom, one not measured in lab results, but in survival. A wise woman might know, just from the sound of a cough, whether a child would live through the night. A midwife could feel a mother's belly and tell if the baby was breech. Their learning was not less, it was simply different. Rooted in the senses, in long hours of watching and waiting, in intuition shaped by necessity. Music, too, lingered at the edges of healing. In monasteries, chants echoed through stone cloisters and down into infirmary halls. The tones were chosen not for entertainment, but for resonance, certain notes believed to calm the spirit, to draw the mind towards stillness. In homes, mothers sang lullabies to feverish children, their voices low and steady, the same melody repeated until sleep finally arrived. Even the rhythm of work, the clatter of looms, the turning of mills, the chopping of wood became a kind of music, familiar, patterned, grounding. When pain was constant, rhythm gave the body something to hold on to, a beat to breathe with, a hum to carry sorrow. There were dark sides to healing. To fear of the unknown led to exclusion. Lepers, the mentally ill, and those with strange symptoms were sometimes cast out, confined to leper houses, or made to wear bells. Superstition, when coupled with desperation, could turn dangerous. A woman whose herbs failed might be accused of witchcraft. A child's death might lead to whispered blame. Healing was a precious power, but a fragile one. To be known as a healer was to walk a knife's edge between respect and suspicion, hope and fear. In some cases, those who had spent their lives easing pain were put to trial, punished, or burned. Their knowledge, so carefully kept, was lost in flame, and yet others kept it alive, passing it in secret, hiding it in lullabies and rituals, tucking it between the lines of prayer. Throughout all this, animals were also seen as part of the healing world. Cats slept beside the sick, their warmth and presence believed to draw out fever. Dogs lay at their master's feet and howled when death approached. Certain birds were seen as omens, others as companions. Beasts of burden carried medicine from one town to another. Even the behavior of cows and pigs was watched for signs of bad air or coming illness. The medieval world did not separate human life from animal life as strictly as we do. All creatures lived under the same sky, drank from the same streams, and healing, it was believed, could come from watching how animals lived with plants. They ate when sick, how they behaved before storms, how they responded to human sorrow. The household itself was structured around rhythms that could promote healing. Beds were positioned near hearths. Windows were opened on certain days to let in fresh air and spirits. Herbs were hung in doorways to purify. Floors were swept not only for cleanliness, but for symbolic order. A clean house, it was believed, made room for good health. Even illness followed rules, spoken but known. A guest would not enter a sick room uninvited. The sick were offered the best chair, the warmest blanket. Children were taught to be quiet when someone was unwell. The house became a sanctuary, however humble, a small kingdom ruled by compassion. Language itself was shaped by pain and healing. To take to bed was to admit defeat, but to sit up was victory. A fever might be breaking or rising. A wound might be angry or sleeping. These words reflected an animistic view of the body where illness was a living thing, a presence to be appeased, negotiated with, endured. A cough was not just a symptom. It was a voice, trying to say something. The healer's role was to listen, not just to the person, but to the illness itself. And so healing, in the medieval mind, was not a war to be fought, but a balance to be restored. The body was a garden, a temple, a machine of flesh and spirit. It needed tending, not conquest. There was no illusion of invincibility. People lived close to the land, to birth and death, to hunger and storm. They knew how thin the line was between health and suffering, and so they prepared, not with pills and insurance, but with knowledge, community, and ritual. They built their defenses from nettles and garlic, from prayer and patience, from warm hands and steady hearts. Pain taught patience. Illness taught gratitude. Healing was never guaranteed, but care that was constant, given freely, passed down in stories and gestures, shared between friends and strangers, a universal language of presence. Beyond the busy hearths of village homes and the hushed infirmaries of abbeys, there were other spaces where healing unfolded, spaces carved from wood and time, places not built but inherited. The forest glade where the same herbs had been picked for generations, the cave where an old man sat with his fire and tinctures, waiting for those brave enough to ask for help, the spring where sick children were dipped at dawn on Midsummer's Day. These places were part of the landscape of Karanj, unwritten yet known. If the village healer's hands failed, people might turn to these hidden sanctuaries, half wild and half sacred, where healing belonged to the earth and to those who listened closely enough to understand it. In some corners of the countryside, healing was spoken of in seasonal terms. Spring was for cleansing, removing the heaviness of winter. Summer was for strengthening. Autumn was for preparing the body to slow down. Winter was for resting, for preserving energy and tending to inner fire. Medicine mirrored this rhythm. Certain roots were only dug in October, when the ground held the last warmth. Others were dried and powdered in July, when the sun was strongest. These customs were not arbitrary, they reflected generations of observation. The body, like the land, had seasons. To push against them too hard was to invite illness. To align with them was to find health, not in resistance, but in harmony. At night, when all the work was done, and the tools cleaned, and the animals fed, healers would sit by low candlelight and sort dried leaves into pouches. Lavender and lemon, balm for sleep, sage and yarrow for wounds. The smell of these herbs, bittersweet, alive, drifted through homes and stayed in the walls. Children would fall asleep to the sound of grinding mortar, of whispered counting, of breath moving slowly through the nose, as if the healer herself was inhaling each story the herb had to tell. And the stories were many. Some said elderflower would protect against the evil eye. Others swore by mugwort for visions. But beyond the folklore, there was something quieter at work, the steady pulse of human hands, turning chaos into care. For the wealthy, more structured systems existed. Noble households might keep chests filled with exotic ingredients, ambergris, imported saffron, powdered coral, even fragments of bezoars believed to neutralize poison. Physicians employed by nobility kept logs, recording the symptoms of lords and ladies in neat script, measuring pulses and inspecting urine by candlelight through polished glass. They referred to texts copied from Arabic and Greek, consulted astrological charts, and debated among themselves about the balance of bile and phlegm. Their patients slept on feather beds and ate rich food, but even their gold could not guarantee relief. Sometimes the cooks, parsley soup, and the scullery maids' whispered charm did more than the physician's concoction, and even the great halls of stone and stained glass echoed at night with the same sounds: the ragged cough, the murmur of prayer, the soft clink of a spoon against a wooden bowl. In cities, the approach to healing was louder, faster, sometimes crueler. The cries of the sick mingled with the noise of carts and hawkers. Apothecaries bustled with jars and powders, with lines of the desperate and the wealthy alike. Remedies were sold like goods: oils for rheumatism, powders for stomach aches, small packets labeled with saints' names or planetary symbols. Surgery, when needed, happened quickly, on tables scrubbed with wine or vinegar, tools boiled in water, if at all. Assistants held the patient down. Screams rose, tourniquets tightened, and if the patient lived, it was considered a victory. Bloodletting was common, as were purges and enemas. The city's medicine was built on motion, on intervention. But in its speed, it often lost what rural healing preserved: the slow unfolding of care, the intimacy of time. Still, even in the city, there were moments of quiet humanity. A midwife, sitting with a terrified mother as labor dragged through the night. A child handing his last coin to buy a vial of poppy syrup for his father. A nun humming as she bathed the feet of the dying in warm rosewater. These small gestures, unmeasured, were the true heartbeats of medieval healing. Beneath all the rituals and remedies, it was this presence to be there, to not turn away. The church, too, shaped healing in every village and town. Illness was a moral matter as much as a medical one. Sign could cause sickness. Confession could begin the healing. Priests were among the first called to a sickbed, not to prescribe medicine, but to soothe the soul. They carried holy water, relics, anointing oil. They spoke of redemption, of life beyond pain, and while some viewed their visits with fear, was often close behind, those found in them a sense of peace. To suffer was to imitate Christ. To endure was to share in a sacred burden. And so the rituals of healing overlapped with those of dying. A candle was lit, a hand was held, psalms were read, and when the final breath came, it came into silence, into prayer. But not all healing was so solemn. In festivals and gatherings, in rituals that blurred the line between celebration and superstition, people sought joy as medicine. Music, dancing, storytelling, these were seen not just as distractions, but as cures for the soul. A laughing child, a shared meal, a song sung badly, but with feeling, these moments warmed the body in ways no salve could. In some places, laughter was prescribed, a fool hired to entertain the sick, a puppet show arranged for a bedridden child. These acts weren't foolish, they were wise. The medieval world knew what we sometimes forget, that to lift the spirit is to strengthen the flesh. And then there were the miracles, or at least the belief in them. A blind man who regained sight after drinking from a well. A woman cured of paralysis after praying to a local saint. These stories spread not through books, but through mouths told at firesides, whispered between mothers, carried on the wind between parishes. Whether they happened or not mattered less than what they offered. Hope, the idea that something beyond human knowledge could heal, could restore. In a world of limits, miracles stretched the imagination. And sometimes, that stretch was enough to carry someone through another night of pain. Over time, new knowledge began to stir. The Renaissance would bring anatomy lessons and drawings, a return to empirical observation, new challenges to old texts. But in the heart of the medieval world, medicine remained what it had always been, a way to make suffering bearable, a way to say, you matter, you are seen, you are worth the effort of care. And so, night after night, in homes across the fields and valleys of Europe, the same scenes played out. A kettle simmered with herbs, a prayer was spoken, a child cried and was comforted, a wound was washed, a song was sung, over and over, through centuries of darkness and candlelight. People chose to heal one another, not because they had all the answers, but because they could not bear to do otherwise. In the centuries between shadows and sunrise, when the medieval world slept beneath woolen blankets and smoke-blackened beams, the pain of the human body continued its quiet work. The ache in the knees of a mason, the tremor in the hand of a weaver, the throb behind the eye of a fasting monk hall, these were carried like daily bread, expected, but never quite welcomed. Pain was part of living, but the response to it, that delicate art of noticing, tending, and remembering, was something richer, something passed along not by force, but through affection. Not taught in classrooms, but kneeling beside beds, among field laborers and farmers, who whose backs bent with the rhythm of the land. Illness often came not in sudden crisis, but in slow accumulation. The sun punished exposed skin, the damp earth, chilled bones, blisters grew, joints swelled, coughs lingered through the winter. But even here, healing was an act of daily resilience. Before sunrise, a wife might smear lard and crushed garlic into her husband's cracked hands. At dusk, a son might boil barley water for his mother's hoarse throat. There were no prescriptions, only habits, small ones, but repeated with such care that they became sacred in their own way. Folk beliefs shaped much of this care. The evil eye was feared in many places. A glance, it was believed, could sicken a child, wilt a plant, even sour milk. To protect against it, people tied red threads around wrists or left offerings beneath sacred trees. When a child wasted away for no apparent reason, neighbors whispered about curses or spirits. And yet, rather than driving division, these beliefs often encouraged solidarity. A woman suspected of casting a curse might be brought a loaf of bread. In peace, in the hope of undoing it, a mother would call upon 7 women of the village to pray over her child together. There was pain, yes, but it was rarely borne alone. For many, the threshold between life and death was not sharp, but slow and shifting. Illness crept in gently. A limp grew worse. A belly grew thin. And when it came time to die, it was not always feared. Death was part of the pattern. The dying were prepared. A priest was sent for. A room was cleaned. A favorite psalm was chosen. In those last days, healing did not mean recovery. It meant comfort. A daughter pressing cool linen to a forehead. A brother holding a trembling hand. An old friend speaking. One last story. These were the final remedies, not meant to cure the body, but to soothe the soul for its next journey. Even after death, healing continued in a way. Bodies were washed with care, dressed in familiar clothes, surrounded by candles. Prayers were spoken over them, not just for peace, but for closure for the community, for those left behind. Illness did not just wound the one who suffered. It cast ripples through families and villages. And so the healing of grief became part of medicine too. A neighbor brought soup. A sister stayed through the night. A song was sung over the grave, not to deny sorrow, but to give it voice. In this way, even loss was softened. Some medieval hospitals, especially those founded later in the Middle Ages, offer long-term care. These were often run by monastic orders, and while they lacked the technical tools of modern medicine, they offered something else. Time. Patients were given food, shelter, prayer, and dignity. There were gardens to walk in, chapels to pray in, and infirmary beds made daily with fresh straw and linen. The sick might be grouped by condition, the blind together, the lame together, the feverish in their own wing. Nurses, often nuns, knew the rhythms of these patients' suffering. They brought warm wine before bed, adjusted window shutters, with the light read scripture at the same hour each evening. This regularity was its own kind of healing. For those who had endured the chaos of illness alone, structure offered peace. The language of illness was poetic, metaphorical. A wandering womb might explain hysteria. A bad wind could cause eye pain. Hot blood led to aggression. These weren't misdiagnoses so much as alternative frameworks, ways of thinking about the body that emphasized movement, emotion, and balance. Physicians listened not just for symptoms, but for stories. They asked when the illness began, what the person had eaten, what dream they'd had the night before. They believed that events in the sky might mirror the turmoil in the body. Saturn, brooding and cold, might provoke melancholy. Mars might stir fevers. These associations gave people language to describe the indescribable, and in that language they found agency. Women's health was its own world, surrounded by silence and superstition. Menstruation was mysterious, sometimes feared, often misunderstood. But within women's circles among mothers, sisters, and midwives, there was knowledge both practical and profound. How to relieve cramps with warm stones. How to soothe labor pains with mugwort and breath. How to help a woman recover after a miscarriage without shame or judgment. Much of this wisdom never entered books. It lived in whispers and hands, in hot compresses and soothing songs. And though men often controlled the formal medical world, it was women who carried much of its true heart. The body, to a medieval person, was not separate from the land. Its fluids mirrored the rivers. Its moods reflected the weather. Just as a field could become overgrown or barren, so too could the flesh. This understanding encouraged not just healing of the individual, but care of the environment. Clean air, clear water, fertile soil, these were not luxuries, they were necessities for health. Many towns placed healing springs under church protection. Forests near shrines were preserved, not just for wood, but for their sacred medicinal plants. In this sense, ecology was part of medicine. To hurt the land was to sicken the body. To care for it was to prolong life. And amid all this, the rituals, the herbs, the chants, the pain, there was a sense of wonder. Wonder at the mystery of the body, at the resilience of the heart, at the way sleep returned after a week of fever, or how a broken bone could knit itself together in silence. Even the simplest moments, a cough subsiding, a hand growing warm again, an appetite returning, were seen as blessings. Not everyone survived, not every pain eased, but every act of care was a stand against suffering, a soft rebellion against despair. The medieval world may not have known germ theory or sterile technique, but it knew something deeper, that no one should be left to suffer unseen. And in that belief, passed from field to castle, from abbey to alley, there was healing. In the earliest hours of morning, when dew clung to the heather and smoke still slept in the chimneys, a village might stir to the muffled sound of weeping, or the cough of a man already awake with pain. In that liminal time between night and day, healing took on a different shape, not urgent, not desperate, but patient and quiet. A pot of water was placed over the fire before the rooster crowed. A few leaves were dropped in a sprig of mint for the stomach, a twist of willow bark for a headache, a touch of honey for the throat. The room remained silent, the light still soft. These were the first rituals of the day, not for the gods or the church, but for the human body, worn and waiting. So much of medieval healing was about attention, not just to herbs or symptoms, but to people. The healer learned to read, not just the color of the eyes or the smell of the breath, but the way someone winced when sitting, or hesitated to speak, or looked at the floor too long. These were the signs that a pain lived not only in the flesh, but deeper. The good healer would not rush. She might wait a full hour before touching a wound, allowing the patient to speak, or cry, or say nothing. Her presence was part of the medicine. Her stillness, her listening, her certainty that even the smallest hurts deserved tending. In many parts of Europe, healing was deeply tied to pilgrimage. People walked for days, some barefoot, some blindfolded, some carrying heavy crosses toward holy wells or shrines believed to hold divine healing power. A mother carried her feverish child. A man with twisted limbs dragged his crutch across frozen fields. These journeys were not only about the possibility of cure, but about intention. Each step was a prayer, each mile a plea. Upon arrival, they might bathe in a sacred spring, touch a relic, sleep beside a statue, or leave behind a votive an offering of wax or wood shaped like the part of the body in pain. Rows of miniature arms, legs, eyes, and hearts filled chapel shelves, each one a story, each one a hope. The power of healing was sometimes believed to reside in words themselves, sacred names, ancient syllables, whispered charms. There were prayers said backward to banish fevers, Latin verses repeated by candlelight to calm the heart. In some regions, illness was treated with a spoken story, a tale told in rhythm, in repetition, as if the voice could draw the sickness out. This was not metaphor, it was practice. The voice was a tool, a spell, a thread of sound that tied the listener to something larger than their suffering. Children learned to listen for it. Old men mouthed it in sleep. And when the pain grew sharp, someone always returned to speak it again. There were strange and wondrous treatments. Two treatments that seem odd to modern eyes, yet were shaped by logic, faith, and desperate observation. A frog tied to the throat to pull out infection. Bread baked in the shape of a saint's foot and pressed to a sore. A coin blessed by a priest and dropped into a wound wash. These were not jokes. They were methods. Each act came with care and attention. The healer did not simply apply, it was a performance of healing, a choreography, a moment that said, I am trying. In a world with few guarantees, this effort was everything. Among seafarers and riverfolk, healing changed with the tides. Salt water was used to cleanse, seaweed boiled into broth, fish oil rubbed into cracked skin. The movement of the moon determined more than fishing it, determined when to bleed, when to rest, when to bury the dead. Sailors often carried dried herbs in satchels, angelica for protection, valerian for sleep. Superstitions clung to the decks like salt. A sneeze before dawn meant trouble. A gull landing on the mast meant healing was near. The sea was both wound and remedy. It took and gave in equal measure. The same could be said for mountains, where altitude brought thin air and quiet minds. Here, healers depended on lichens, moss, and snowmelt. The wind was so clean, it was believed to drive sickness from the lungs. In high villages, people spoke little and watched much. A cough echoed through stone walls. A cry from one cottage reached 5 others. Isolation bred attentiveness. And so pain was noticed early, comfort brought quickly, and the whole community, though scattered by distance, drew close in spirit. Children in the medieval world were fragile, but not forgotten. A mother knew the sound of her child's breathing. She knew how it changed at night, what it meant when the skin turned warm, when the eyes dimmed. She knew, too, the old remedies, chamomile tucked in bedding, marjoram boiled in goat's milk, rosemary steeped in lard and rubbed into the soles of tiny feet. Toys were sometimes charms in disguise, carved animals filled with seeds, dolls wrapped in protective herbs. Illness did not surprise a medieval mother, but neither did she surrender to it. She met it with every tool she had, and when she ran out of tools, she stayed close. Sometimes that was enough. Midwives held a unique place in this world. Neither priest nor doctor, they walked the line between mystery and necessity. They knew how to position a child in the womb, how to slow a hemorrhage, how to soothe a grieving mother. They carried small kits, linen, oil, herbs, knives, each item with its own story. They delivered not only babies, but wisdom. And they received payment in whatever the family could offer. Eggs, bread, a new comb, a whispered blessing. Though feared by some and honored by others, they remained essential. In a world without hospitals, a midwife was the first touch of the world for thousands of souls, and in the end, what was healing but touch? The cool press of a hand against a fevered brow, the lifting of a cup to dry lips, the wrapping of a wound not just in linen but in presence. Even when the herbs failed, even when the breath grew faint, the healer stayed. That was the truest cure, the certainty that someone would remain beside you, no matter the outcome. As night returned, and stars blinked into being above the rooftops and towers. A kind of hush fell over the healing world. Fires burned low, bodies curled into woolen blankets. Dreams returned, some filled with saints, some with shadows, some with silence. But always, somewhere, a candle stayed lit. Somewhere, someone was still awake, grinding herbs, stirring broth, whispering charms, because, in the medieval world, as in ours, pain did not wait, but neither did compassion. When the rains fell for days and the streets of towns turned to rivers of mud and refuse, illness seemed to rise from the earth itself. In those damp seasons, the very air felt heavy, like it carried fever on its breath. People closed shutters, stuffed rags under doors, lit bundles of dried rosemary and juniper to burn in corners of the room. They called this foulness bad air, and in a way they weren't wrong. Disease lingered in the rot of waste, in the damp folds of wool left unwashed, in the breath of too many people packed too tightly together. But still they stayed, still they cared. Mothers carried buckets of rainwater uphill to scrub floors. Fathers walked barefoot to apothecaries in the night. In times of contagion, healing became a shared act of resistance. The fear of plague shaped not only medicine, but daily life. People watched each other, closely counted sneezes, measured distance in steps and glances. Infected homes were marked with symbols or straw bundles. Entire quarters of cities were abandoned. And yet, even in the heart of panic, acts of extraordinary bravery emerged. Caretakers refused to flee. Nuns remained at bedsides. Gravediggers whispered prayers over the dead they buried by the dozens. What modern eyes might see as superstition was, in truth, ritualized compassion. When science failed, they turned to repetition, rhythm, remembrance. To light candles not just once, but every night. To pray not only for healing, but for endurance, and endurance came not just from medicines, but from meals. Healing food in the medieval world was not always different from daily food, but it was prepared with more tenderness. Broth, simple and warm, was a staple remedy. Made with bone, root vegetables, herbs, and fats skimmed from stews, it gave strength to the weak and comfort to the sorrowful. Bread soaked in wine was used to stop nausea. Apples baked in ashes soothed the throat. Grains were boiled into soft porridge and spooned slowly into mouths too tired to chew. These were not elaborate cures. They were expressions of hope that something warm and filling might coax life back into the body. Some healing took place far from hearths and towns, in places meant for silence and solitude. Hermits, living in cells carved into rock or huts half swallowed by forest, practiced their own kind of medicine. They knew which mushrooms to dry, which mosses to grind. They prayed not only for themselves, but for those who sought them out. A woman might travel 2 days to bring a child to such a figure, not for diagnosis, but for blessing. These were not doctors. They were witnesses, keepers of quiet, observers of nature. They offered not cure, but clarity. And sometimes, in that clarity, healing began among travelers, merchants, tinkers, pilgrims, and minstrels. Healing was makeshift. Wounds were bound with strips torn from cloaks. Feet were wrapped in dock leaves. River water was boiled for tea if firewood could be found. These wandering souls carried more than goods. They carried stories of towns where a spring cured blindness, of an old man in the north who healed with smoke, of a woman in the west whose singing banished fever. These tales traveled faster than medicine itself, and often served the same purpose. They gave the sick something to imagine, and imagination, when pain is deep, is a kind of lifeline. Animals, too, were seen as companions in healing, not just cats who curled on beds, or dogs who guarded sick room doors, but beasts believed to absorb illness. In some places, a rooster was placed beneath the child's crib to draw out fever. A donkey might be walked 3 times around a sick house. The fur of animals was used in salves, their organs dried and powdered into tinctures. These practices may seem strange now, but they reflected a deep connection, one not broken by species, but linked by suffering. A wounded dog and a fevered man were not so different. Both sought warmth, rest, and care, and both often found it in each other. Time, in the medieval healing world, was not counted in minutes or hours, but in shadows, in bell tolls, in the length of a prayer. A treatment might be said to work by the 3rd sunrise, or before the moon turned full. Recovery was measured in the return of appetite, in the first day without fever, in the moment a man sat up unassisted. Healing was not rushed, it was watched. A body was given time to speak, and the healer time to listen. The sick were not expected to rise until they were ready. Infirmaries made space for convalescence, not a return to labor, but a slow restoration of breath and thought. And even when healing was partial, it was honored. A woman who regained use of one arm was blessed. A man who learned to walk with a cane was praised. A child whose cough lessened was sung to. Progress was not perfection, it was survival, and survival was sacred. Clothing, too, played a role in healing. Wool was used to warm aching joints. Linen was laid soft against sores. Garments of the sick were washed in specific ways, sometimes with herbs in the water, sometimes under moonlight. A red ribbon tied at the waist might guard against stomach ailments. Blue cloth was believed to calm the mind. Even the act of dressing the sick was done gently, with reverence. In some traditions, healing began by undressing, by washing the body in warm water and clean hands, to remove the dirt, the sweat, the symbols of illness, to offer the body a fresh beginning. The seasons taught their own lessons. Summer's heat opened the pores, and with it came fever and boils. Autumn brought damp lungs. Winter slowed the blood. Spring carried wind that stirred both madness and rebirth. The healer worked not against the seasons, but within them. They timed bloodletting to the moon's pull. They knew that some herbs grew bitter in August and must be gathered early. They respected frost and drought not only for what they did to crops, but for what they did to bodies. Medicine was a reflection of the world it came from changing. Rhythmic, alive. Sometimes the greatest gift a healer could offer was not a cure, but a name. To say what you feel is called burning sickness, or this is the trembling of grief, or even it is not your fault. Names helped. They gave shape to suffering. They placed pain inside something larger than the self. In the naming, there was validation. The healer became not just a fixer of flesh, but a translator of experience. As the stars turned overhead and the fires of the medieval world burned low once more, the sick and the healthy alike drifted toward sleep. In each village, town, abbey, and hut, someone stirred in the night to check on the weak. Someone whispered a prayer in the dark. Someone dreamed of a face once lost to fever. And someone, perhaps many someones, simply sat beside the fire, waiting, because illness does not follow the clock, and neither does love. In the late evening, when the last embers of the fire flickered and shadows crept along the wattle walls, there came a stillness that medieval people knew well, the hush of the sick room, the waiting hour when the breath of the ill was listened to more carefully than the wind outside. In that quiet, every sound mattered. A shift in the cough, the way someone stirred under a woolen blanket, the faint sound of prayer murmured not out of obligation, but out of the helplessness of love. For many, this time between dusk and true night was when the healer's work deepened. It was not the hour of grinding herbs or stirring pots. It was the hour of staying awake. of watching, of being. Pain often worsened at night. Fever climbed higher in the dark. Old wounds ached with the damp. Grief returned when distractions faded. And so healing changed its form. The nurse, the mother, the monk each moved more softly, spoke more quietly, offered not new treatments, but presence. A cloth dampened with rosewater, a hand on the chest, a lullaby sung in fragments, remembered from a childhood barely grasped. In those dark hours, medicine was not in the tools, it was in the waiting, in the commitment to remain with the suffering, even when nothing more could be done. The physical spaces where this care happened were not grand. In many cases, they were cramped, low-ceilinged rooms where smoke hung near the roof beams, where animals slept on the other side of a shared wall, where the cold could be kept out only by hope and thick wool. Beds were often narrow planks with straw-stuffed mattresses. Pillows, if they existed, were small sacks filled with feathers or rags. And yet, these spaces held immense tenderness. A single beeswax candle burned for hours beside a sick child. A father boiled roots late into the night because someone had said, once, that they might help. The surroundings were modest. The care was not. Among the elderly, illness did not always demand alarm. With age came familiarity. Pain became part of the rhythm of the day. Stiff fingers that no longer closed fully, legs that took longer to rise, eyes that wept without grief. These changes were accepted, observed, and occasionally softened with warm poultices or cups of clove tea. But more often, the old healed through ritual, a slow walk to the edge of the village, a daily prayer said at the same hour, a pipe smoked, in silence beneath a tree. These actions were not about avoiding death. They were about living beside it. There were no retirement homes in the medieval world. The elderly lived among their families, cared for by children and grandchildren. Not out of obligation, but because that was the shape of life. An old man's cough was the same sound heard when one was a child, and so it was met not with fear, but familiarity. The wisdom of age included the knowledge that not every pain could or should be erased. Some were simply part of belonging to the world. Healers often aged into their wisdom. A woman who had once delivered children now eased others into death. A monk who had once tended soldiers now sat by the lame and listened. Their tools became fewer, their hands slower, but their understanding deepened. They no longer believed every wound must be stitched, every fever broken. They learned when to treat and when to comfort. And most of all, they knew how to speak, not in sermons or commands, but in words shaped by humility. You are not alone. This pain will pass. I will stay. Healing was never guaranteed, but presence was. There were times when entire communities fell ill, when a strange cough spread through a town, or when the river flooded and the water turned foul. During these times, healing became a collective effort. Homes became infirmaries. Churches opened their doors not just for the dying, but for the tired, the worried, the grieving. Women brewed extra broth, boys fetched water, elders told stories by bedsides. In these moments, medicine was not limited to healers. It belonged to everyone. Each person became a keeper of hope, a guardian of warmth. The healers in these times did not ask for payment. Their reward was not gold, but the quiet nod of someone whose fever broke, the weak grip of a hand once thought beyond saving. These gestures became memory, and memory was one of the most powerful medicines of all. It reminded the living that they had survived, that others had stayed, that compassion had not fled in the face of fear. In the rare moments when a true cure was found, when a poultice worked, when a charm succeeded, when a fever vanished like morning fog, there was celebration. Not loud, but real. A loaf of bread brought in thanks, a ribbon tied around the healer's wrist, a candle lit in the chapel. Healing was always personal, always intimate, and when it came, it was felt not just by the body, but by the village. And when it did not come when death came, instead it was met with the same rituals. The body washed in wine or water, wrapped in linen, placed in a wooden coffin or a shroud. Bells were rung, psalms sung, dirt scattered over the body, not as dismissal, but as a blessing. To bury someone was to heal the wound left behind. Slowly, together, through time, throughout all these moments, birth, sickness, aging, death, one thing never changed: the understanding that to be alive was to be vulnerable, that pain could not be avoided, but neither could care. And in the slow, patient acts of everyday healing, medieval people found something we still long for: connection. They did not need microscopes or antiseptics to know that the hand of another, steady, warm, and unhurried, could change everything. As the seasons rolled on and years passed across thatched rooftops and stone monasteries, the patterns of healing repeated like the tolling of bells, steady, known, comforting. A fever returned in winter, a pain in the joints with the damp of spring, a festering wound from summer harvests. Each ailment had a rhythm, and with it, a rhythm of response. The cloths were warmed, the herbs gathered, the prayers spoken once again. There was no sense of final mastery. Healing in the medieval world was never something that conquered illness, it simply accompanied it, softened it, gave it meaning. People did not ask to escape pain altogether. They asked that it might not come alone. In many communities, the healer, whether a midwife, a monk, a cunning man, or an apothecary, was more than a practitioner. They were a kind of memory keeper. They remembered who had survived the last fever, who had lost a child, who had once been near death and come back changed. Their presence was not just clinical, it was personal. A woman would sit before a healer and mention the ache in her ribs, and the healer would remember. Yes, your mother had the same pain during the long rains 5 years ago. These links grounded care in relationship. Pain, named and known, lost some of its edge. This was especially true for chronic illnesses. A man with a crooked spine, a woman whose hands stiffened with every frost. These people were not cast aside. They were part of the world, seen and adjusted to. A cart was built to suit the limp, a task reassigned when lifting became too painful. Suffering was not hidden away, it was integrated. In this way, the medieval world offered something modern. Medicine still chases the normalization of long-term pain, not as failure but as fact. People adapted, and that adaptation, shared and supported, was healing in itself. Pilgrimage, too, remained a living thread through the centuries. People walked not only to be cured, but to be changed. To touch a stone others had touched in hope. To kneel where hundreds had knelt. To sleep outdoors and rise stiff and sore and closer to faith. The journey itself became the treatment. A man who left home doubled in pain might return no stronger, but no longer afraid. A mother who walked miles carrying a sick child might return with that same child still ill, but she would have wept and prayed and spoken her sorrow aloud in places where sorrow had been welcomed for generations. And so, even when no miracle came, healing did. Stories preserved this sense of sacred endurance. Folk tales of blind women who saw in dreams, of wounded knights who slept on sacred soil and woke whole, of hunchbacks kissed by saints. These stories were not told for entertainment. They were part of the mental medicine chest. When the body faltered, the mind reached for narrative, for reminder, for reassurance that healing, even if partial or slow, was possible, that it had happened before, that it would happen again. Among healers, these stories became case studies. They were passed along, not with evidence, but with reverence. There was once a girl who couldn't walk until the ash tree flowered. there was a boy who sang his pain away. These tales contained patterns, logic, observation. They were not myths to those who told them they were records, passed like recipes, ready for the next patient who might need not just a salve, but a story. The healer's toolkit was humble but powerful. A blade to lance a boil, a spoon carved, smooth from horn, a bundle of rags washed and dried in sunlight, a pouch of dried lavender, a scrap of parchment with a Latin verse written in a careful, trembling hand. These tools were not sterile, but they were familiar. Each bore the mark of use. Each was a bridge between bodies, between the healer's hand and the wound, between the mind and the soul. And when those tools were not enough, there was always the voice, a word of comfort, a blessing, a vow to return in the morning. The healer was never just a fixer. They were a presence in homes. The responsibility for care often fell to women. Even those who were not midwives or herb wives knew the rituals of tending, how to fold cloths so it didn't chafe, how to mix honey with vinegar for a sore throat, how to sit beside the sick and know when to speak and when to be still. These household healers did not call themselves such, but they bore the weight of care as surely as any scholar, and their medicine, learned in kitchens and passed down at cradlesides, was often the first and last comfort anyone received. Children learned by watching. A girl might see her mother wrap a bruised wrist in cabbage leaves, and years later do the same without even thinking. A boy might learn to crush elderberries just soft enough to feed to his fevered sister. There were no textbooks, no diagrams, but there was memory. And memory, carried in the body, became medicine. This unspoken apprenticeship built generations of caregivers, quiet, competent, unseen by history, but central to its survival. Pain itself was rarely seen as meaningless. Even when it could not be stopped, it could be interpreted. It was a signal, a lesson, a reminder of limits, a calling to rest, to reflect, to repent. Some viewed it as punishment, others as purification, but all agreed, pain changed you. The healer's role was not to undo that change, but to help someone pass through it with dignity. And so, when someone healed fully or partly, it was not just a physical event. It was social, spiritual, and emotional. A man who had been bedridden for weeks would be helped to the threshold of his home. Neighbors would greet him softly, offer broth, or simply stand near. No celebration, but quiet welcome. A woman who returned to the market after illness would be handed a better basket to carry, not pick. The community recognized her return not as automatic, but as earned. Sometimes, the one who had healed became a healer. Having suffered, they knew what to say, what not to say. They recognized the fear in someone else's eyes. They remembered how cold the nights were, and so they offered their story not as instruction, but as presence. I have been there, they said, in the gesture, in the glance. In the unspoken way, they stayed longer than needed, because healing was a chain, broken, only passed along. As the seasons turned again, and the familiar wheel of labor, rest, hunger, and harvest carried life forward, healing remained quiet, steady, unchanged. It did not rush to meet progress. It did not demand new instruments or grand discoveries. It stayed where it had always been. At the fireside, at the edge of the field, at the foot of a bed where someone was whispering in pain. In the medieval world, the constancy of healing mattered more than its innovation. Familiar hands, repeated gestures, and well-worn remedies brought more comfort than novelty ever could. In villages nestled between forest and river, pain was treated with the same herbs each year, not because no one imagined something better, but because these plants had proven themselves again and again. Meadowsweet for fevers, marigold for wounds, nettle for strength. These herbs were gathered with care, blessed in baskets on feast days, and stored in dry places where mice could not reach. There was knowledge here not just about what healed, but when to gather, how to dry, how to brew. A tea made too quickly, too hot, or too long could lose its potency. And so, healing was also patience, among shepherds, cowherds, and the people who lived their lives among animals. Healing was both observation and imitation. They noticed which plants sheep turned to when ill. They saw how a wounded stag would rest, unmoving, for days beneath the same tree. They mimicked these instincts in their own treatments, choosing stillness over panic, warmth over cutting. And though they had no words for bacteria or inflammation, they knew that clean wounds healed faster, that flies worsened infection, that rest worked where force failed, in places where monasteries rose stone against sky. Bells ringing across the valley, healing was wrapped in rhythm. Monks prayed in cycles, worked in silence, and read aloud from copied manuscripts filled with ancient Greek wisdom and newer Christian texts. Their infirmaries were not loud, not chaotic. They were places of ordered calm. Here, the sick were not expected to improve in a rush. They were allowed to recover at the pace of nature. Beds were changed, psalms sung. Ailing men were given a place to be ill without shame. And that, too, was part of medicine. To be allowed to stop, to rest, without guilt or urgency, outside monastery walls. In the busy towns where blacksmiths clanged and sellers shouted, healing took different forms. It was quicker, perhaps rougher, but still deeply embedded in daily life. An apothecary sold dried roots and little wrapped bundles of powder. A traveling tooth puller sat up at the edge of the market. A midwife walked with firm steps through crowded lanes. Pain was not hidden, it was voiced. Someone always had a remedy. A neighbor knew someone. And though not every suggestion worked, the very act of sharing was medicine. Pain was named, response was offered. A person in suffering was pulled back into the web of community. Wounds of the spirit were treated more slowly. When someone lost a child, they might walk the same road each day for weeks, not toward anything, but because motion soothed the ache. When a widow wore black for years, it wasn't fashion, it was a message. I am still healing. The healer, in these cases, did not offer herbs. They offered space. They listened. They shared bread. They sat nearby while the silence stretched out. And sometimes, they told a story of someone who had once felt the same, and in time, learned to laugh again. This understanding of sorrow, and the patience required to meet it, came not from books, but from repetition. People in the medieval world lived close to death. Children, especially, died often, and so grief was not a secret. It was a companion. It moved through households, and towns made space for it. Funerals were long, wakes were communal, and remembrance was constant. A bowl left out for the dead, a candle lit, a name carved into stone. And just as physical pain was wrapped in layers of cloth and balm, emotional pain was wrapped in ritual and remembrance. Healers aged not just in years, but in stories. Each patient became part of their internal ledger. She survived a winter fever that took 3 others. He had a cough for 7 months, but it never reached the lungs. These stories were not shared publicly, but carried like sacred knowledge. A good healer knew how long pain could last. They knew when to worry and when to wait. They did not panic. They did not rush. They had watched wounds close. They had seen breath return. And they had also stood beside beds where it did not dot. In both cases, recovery and lost, they stayed. Children who lived through illness often remembered their healers with reverence, not because the pain vanished instantly, but because they had not been left alone in it. A child with the pox might lie sweating under a wool blanket for 3 days, but they would remember the voice reading scripture beside them, the cloth dipped in cold water, the hand that brushed their brow. These became part of their growing understanding of the world, that pain would come, but also care, that the body could break, but love would remain. Some healers, especially those with no land or family, became almost mythic figures. A woman who lived at the edge of the wood, a man who only came down from the hills when someone was dying, a childless couple who tended the sick with nothing but salt, soap, and silence. They were not feared. They were honored in a different way, not through praise, but through pilgrimage. People sought them out, brought them food, left small tokens at their doorsteps. Their names were passed down even when no one knew where they had gone. There were herbs said to grow only for these people, strange plants with names no one else used, sleepwort, stone milk, ash tears. Whether these were real or imagined didn't matter. They represented belief that someone, somewhere, knew how to help, and sometimes help came from places least expected. A child whispered a dream that led to a treatment. A shepherd found a stone shaped like a heart and laid it on a swollen joint, and the pain vanished. A dying woman asked to hear birdsong, and her breathing eased. The medieval world did not dismiss mystery. It welcomed it. Healing did not have to make sense. It only had to bring peace, and peace, when it came, was sacred. Not always recovery, but understanding, acceptance, the loosening of pain's grip, the softening of fear, and above all, the reassurance that no suffering had gone unnoticed, that every groan, every tear, every silent plea in the dark had been heard by another person, by the saints, by God. Sometimes, when night had fallen and the fire was low and the sick one finally slept, the healer would remain in the chair beside them, not out of duty, but out of reverence. That moment, when the pain eased, even for a little while, felt sacred. The healer might not close their eyes. They might sit still, watching the rise and fall of breath, hearing only the soft crackle of coals and the occasional shifting of wood in the rafters. It was a moment of peace that needed no name. In the medieval world, healing often looked like this, not a sudden transformation, but a slow settling, a deep exhale, a breath not of triumph, but of rest. There were times when healing required no words at all. In fact, silence was a part of the process. The sick were not pressed to explain themselves. They were allowed to be quiet, moaning, weeping, wordless. Their pain was not invalidated by its mystery. It was accepted. The healer did not ask, "Where does it hurt?" but watched, noticed, waited, and slowly the treatment revealed itself, not just in poultices or tinctures, but in time. Some illnesses did not respond to medicine. They responded to stillness, to food placed by the bedside, to a room aired out in the morning, to the simple fact that someone stayed. Illness itself changed the person. This was understood. A man who had survived a long sickness might walk more slowly, but carry a quieter wisdom. A woman who had lost her voice during a fever might return with fewer words, but deeper eyes. Children who had trembled for days with night sweats might grow into adults who sat longer in silence and listened more before they spoke. The experience of pain carved space into people, made them larger, gentler, less quick to judge. And this, too, was healing, though it did not come from herbs or chants. It came from the suffering itself, transformed. There were healers who believed that the land spoke through the body, that a pain in the belly could reflect poor harvests, that a rash on the skin came from water to long undisturbed, that grief ran deeper in places where the trees had been felled too quickly. These healers moved through the world, not only as caregivers, but as watchers. They noticed when animals changed their paths, when certain birds flew out of season, when a well's water tasted faintly of iron. To them, Illness was a signal, not of punishment, but of imbalance. And so, healing sometimes meant walking out into the forest, finding a certain tree, kneeling beside it, and asking what was missing. This was not seen as strange, it was respect. The healer was not just treating the person, but the world the person came from. And often, when that relationship was tended, when the field was cleared, the stream unblocked, the shrine swept clean, the illness lifted, or softened, or passed more peacefully in some places. The community would gather for healing, not around a sick bed, but around ritual. A bonfire might be lit, names spoken aloud, herbs cast into flame. These communal acts were part mourning, part medicine, not because they cured disease, but because they reminded everyone that suffering was shared. A man might step forward and say, "My daughter is ill," and others would answer, "We will light a candle." That candle might not shorten the fever, but it would shorten the loneliness. It would say, "We see you." This sense of belonging was itself protective. Loneliness was understood to be dangerous, not just emotionally, but physically. A person alone was more likely to become sick, more likely to fall into despair. And so, when someone was left alone too long, it was considered a kind of illness. Neighbors intervened, brought soup, sent children to check in, carried water. These were not favors, they were treatments. A quiet knock at the door could be as effective as a poultice. Sometimes the sick needed stories more than medicine. Tales of others who had suffered, of saints who had endured without complaint, of common people who had faced agony and survived. These stories were told slowly, often at the foot of the bed. They were not meant to distract. They were meant to connect. "You are not the first," they said. "This has been walked before." And when the story ended, silence followed, not empty, but full. The sick person might close their eyes, might cry, might ask for nothing more than a hand on theirs. Healers, too, needed healing. The toll of listening, of holding pain, of losing patience, it wore on them. And so they had rituals of their own. They walked alone at dusk. They laid their tools out to clean slowly, one by one. They kept small objects near, a stone from a patient who had survived, a braid of dried flowers from a child who once recovered. These became anchors, proof that their work mattered, that their presence had made a difference, even when the outcome had not changed. Some healers had apprentices, young people who watched and helped and slowly learned the rhythm of care. They were not taught with lectures, but with gestures. Feel the heat here. Notice how the breath slows when the tea is ready. Sit quietly until they speak first. These lessons were passed along like fire in the hearth, steadily, tenderly, generation to generation. And when the apprentice one day sat alone beside a sickbed, they would remember not just what to do, but how to be. That was the real training, to become someone who did not flinch in the presence of pain, who did not flee at the sight of suffering, who remained. For in the end, that was what medieval healing offered most consistently, not certainty, not cure, but companionship, a steadying presence, a long breath beside a short one, a candle lit not to push away the darkness, but to say, "I am here with you inside it." Sometimes a healer did nothing more than sit on the edge of a bed and breathe, not because they lacked medicine, but because they understood that medicine was already present in the quiet between heartbeats, in the breath shared between two people. There were no bottles to uncork, no knives to prepare, no cloth to unroll. Just being there live, calm, unchanged by the sickness before them, was a treatment in itself. In a world without machines to monitor life, the healer learned to listen. In other ways, the twitch of a foot, the flicker of an eyelid, the soft creak of a bed frame as the body shifted in sleep, these signs were their instruments. They read the body like scripture. They listened with their whole being, and not every illness could be seen. There were aches with no origin, weariness that clung for months, darkness behind the eyes that no fever explained. These too were familiar to medieval healers, even if the words we use today, depression, anxiety, trauma, did not yet exist in their world. They called it melancholy, or soul heaviness. Sometimes it was said that the heart had grown cold, or that a shadow had entered the thoughts. The treatments varied. A long walk at dawn, a week spent in silence, a change of diet, time spent near animals, time spent near holy places, and above all, permission to feel slow, to feel sadness, to not be fixed right away. Healing the invisible was not about erasing pain. It was about making space for it, letting it be known. Many believed that words themselves carried healing power, not only prayers, but ordinary words. The healer might speak to the patient in a low voice, repeating reassurances. You are not cursed. You are not alone. This will pass. Sometimes they told stories, not for entertainment, but as offerings, parables, memories, strange and gentle fables where animals talked and sorrow turned into sleep. These stories had a rhythm, like breath, and often, before the story ended, the patient had drifted into a kind of stillness that even herbs could not summon. Not sleep exactly, but rest. In the countryside, people developed an intuitive language of health. A skin rash might be called rose fire, a lingering cough, night wind in the chest, an aching joint, bone cold. These names were not scientific, but they were descriptive, born of the land. They reflected a way of seeing illness as part of nature, not separate from the seasons, but shaped by them. A fever was like summer hot, bright, cleansing, dangerous. A long chill was like winter's low, grey, exhausting. Treatment followed these images. If the body burned, one cooled it with herbs of the moon. If the body slowed, one fed it with the roots of the sun. In this way, the elements were part of the healer's toolset: earth for grounding, water for cleansing, fire for renewal, air for breath. Healing was a conversation between the body and the world. Those who lived on the edge of society, hermits, beggars, wanderers, developed their own forms of healing. They carried scraps of cloth soaked in strong-smelling oils. They wrapped themselves in furs regardless of season, not only for warmth, but for the weight, which calmed trembling hearts. They learned which stones felt good in the hand during storms, which corners of ruined churches had the best echo for chanting pain away. They didn't study healing, they lived it. Every scar on their skin was a chapter, every loss a teacher. And when others turned to them in desperation, they gave what they had not polished or approved, but honest and hard-won. Healing from the margins, among the noble, healing was often filtered through layers of etiquette and formality. A physician might be summoned from a distant city. The bed linens changed, the windows covered with linen dyed in golds and greens, the patient surrounded with scented cloths, platters of broth, trays of candied fruit. But beneath the ritual, the suffering remained the same. A lord whimpered, just like a peasant. The countess wept, just like a shepherd's wife. Pain stripped away the distance between titles. And often, the true comfort came not from the physician, but from the maid who sat through the night, or the old nurse who rubbed the feet in silence. Healing was always human before it was noble. Healers rarely promised miracles. They knew too well the limits of their work. They spoke in cautious hope. If the fever breaks tonight, or we shall see how he sleeps. Certainty was not their tool. Attentiveness was, and because they made no false promises, their presence felt more honest, more comforting. When a healer said, "You are not worse," it meant something. And when they said, You are healing. It was truth, not performance. Time moved differently in the presence of illness. A day could stretch into a fog of repeated gestures, washing a cup, smoothing a blanket, stirring the same pot of broth, again and again. But these repetitions were sacred. Each act, though small, said, "I still care. I have not forgotten you. The world is still turning, and I am still here with you." Healing was made of such moments. Not grand restorations, but steady witness. Day after day. Sometimes pain never left. The leg remained twisted. The lungs remained weak. The eyes never cleared. And yet, the person healed not through return to their former self, but through adaptation. They found new rhythms, a new way to walk, a different way to work. Friends came to them now, instead of the other way around. The village shifted slightly to accommodate them, like water around a stone. This too was healing, not erasure of the wound, but life beyond it. The dead, when they came, were welcomed with respect. The body washed, the eyes closed, the mouth bound gently. Coins on the eyes, lavender on the chest, a candle at the foot. The ritual was not hurried. It was part of the healing, not of the dead, but of the living. The healer might stay for this as well, not as a medic, but as a companion. They had walked with the person to the edge. They would not abandon them now. In the end, the medieval world understood something we still strive to remember, that pain is not a problem to be solved, but a condition to be lived with, shared, honored, and softened wherever possible. That healing is not always the removal of suffering, but the presence of someone willing to face it beside you, without flinching, without rushing, without turning away. In every corner of medieval life, from the poorest straw-floored hut to the candlelit halls of monasteries, healing wove itself quietly into daily rhythm. It was not separated from life, it was folded into it, like flour into bread, like shadow into dusk. One did not go to a hospital to be healed and then return to the world. One healed within the world, and because of it, the same hands that planted seeds rubbed balm into aching backs. The same fire that boiled porridge warmed a poultice, and the same lullaby that soothed a restless child carried prayers for the sick. The line between ordinary and sacred was thin, and most healing happened right on it, in the mornings. When dew still clung to the grass and birdsong was new, women stepped into their gardens with baskets on their hips. They didn't speak loudly, they moved with attention, knowing which plant to harvest on which day. The rosemary for memory, the mint for cooling, the valerian root, sharp and strong, dug carefully with fingers that already smelled of damp earth. These women did not call themselves apothecaries, yet they knew the medicine of the land as surely as they knew the sound of their own children's footsteps. Their skill was inherited not from books, but from watching, listening, doing, and what they gathered was stored not just in jars, but in their stories. The gathering was only half the work. The rest came indoors, where herbs were hung too dry, chopped into powder, or steeped in vinegar and oil. The kitchen became an apothecary's corner, not just a place of meals, but of preparation. Everything had more than one purpose. The mortar and pestle used for garlic became the same tool used to crush rose hips. The fire that stewed beans also warmed salves. A clean cloth was both bandage and bread wrap. There was no waste and no hard division between nourishment and medicine. For in the medieval mind, healing began with what entered the mouth and moved slowly outward. In these homes, even the act of cleaning was a kind of medicine. A room swept free of ash and dust felt safer. A floor scrubbed with rosemary water smelled of protection. Clean linen laid over straw stuffing marked a fresh start for a sick bed. These acts were not grand gestures. They were gentle, repetitive, but they communicated something profound, that the sick person mattered, and that their pain had not gone unnoticed. Children grew up immersed in this language of care. They were not shielded from sickness. They watched as broth was stirred for a feverish father, as an aunt whispered prayers into the stillness of the evening. They learned that to be ill was not shameful, and that to offer help was not heroic, was expected, normal, necessary. When a child brought a warm cup to the hands of an ailing elder, it was not called kindness. It was simply part of living. And in villages where everyone knew each other's names, illness was never private. It echoed through doorways. It shaped the tone of conversations in the square. If a merchant didn't open his stall one morning, someone would bring him soup before the noon bell. If a child went missing from the fields, it was known within an hour. This closeness meant that healing was never the responsibility of just one person. It belonged to all. And even when fear crept in of contagion, of loss, most chose to stay. Not because they had no fear, but because the weight of abandoning another was heavier than the risk of illness in monasteries. The scriptoria and infirmaries often shared a wall. On one side, monks copied ancient texts by hand, dipping quills in ink and scratching wisdom into vellum. On the other side, they tended to the sick, washing their feet, changing linens, reading psalms aloud as if the rhythm of sacred words might coax the soul back into balance. This closeness between text and touch was not accidental. It reminded the monk that what he wrote was not abstract. It lived in the trembling body of the man on the other side of the wall. Theology and care walked together. The word made flesh, and the flesh made word again in soft chant and prayer. The psalms were especially dear to the ailing, their repetition, their sorrow, their rhythm. These qualities brought calm to even the most tormented minds. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. These were not just phrases. They were anchors. Healers used them not because they were magical, but because they were known. The body, trembling, heard those words and remembered a time before illness. A child's voice in church, a feast day, a parent's voice in candlelight. The psalms were threads, and when the body frayed, they helped hold it together. But healing was not always about return. Sometimes it was about learning how to live differently. A man who had lost his arm in an accident might carve tools that let him carry water again. A woman with failing sight might teach others how to knead dough by feel alone. These adaptations were not celebrated as triumphs. They were quietly folded into life, and they were made possible by a community that accepted change. No one demanded perfection. They only asked that each person do what they could and receive what they needed. For those who lived on the edge, lepers, the mentally ill, the disabled, life was harder. But even there, healing appeared. Lepers were often sent to the outskirts of town, but their houses were kept stocked. Monks visited, clean cloth was sent. Children waved at them from the edges of fields. Though separated, they were not always forgotten, and in some rare cases, they formed their own communities, places where healing became less about curing disease and more about creating a space where pain did not define one's worth. Mental illness was more feared, often misunderstood. But even so, there were times when the afflicted were met with care instead of cruelty. A woman who saw visions might be placed in the chapel during Mass, where her murmurs were heard as prophecy. A man who shouted at shadows might be guided gently into quiet fields, where the wind and grass soothed what could not be named. Healing in these cases was not a cure. It was containment, compassion, companionship, someone to walk beside the madness, even if it could not be erased. There was also joy in the practice of healing. Strange as it may seem, some healers found deep pleasure in their work, not from pride, but from the feeling of connection. When a child's fever broke and their eyes opened bright again, there was joy. When an old man sat up and asked for bread, joy. When the herbs worked, when the chant was heard, when the touch of a hand stopped a shiver. Joy, quiet joy, the kind that hummed low in the bones and told the healer, this matters. And when the healer grew old, they passed their knowledge slowly, like stories told over stew. This leaf works best before the full moon. Always stir this clockwise. Never speak loudly when applying a poultice, it frightens the skin. These instructions made little sense to outsiders, but to the apprentice sitting close by, they were gold. A legacy of care, etched not in stone, but in gesture, word, and silence. In the end, pain was not the enemy. It was a guest in welcome, often cruel, but rarely a stranger. People learned to live with it, to tend it, to acknowledge it without surrendering to it, and healing, in all its humble forms, was how they responded. Over and over, one bowl of broth, one hand on the forehead, one whispered prayer at a time. There were days when nothing seemed to help, when the fever refused to break, when the cough deepened, when the wound began to smell sweet, in a way everyone feared. These were the days when the healer moved more slowly, not from hesitation, but from reverence. They knew they were no longer fighting to cure, but to comfort. The medicine changed: fewer herbs to stir the blood, more herbs to ease the breath. Broth given in smaller sips. The windows opened, even in cold weather, to bring in clean air. A candle lit not for sight, but to mark the moment. These small gestures weren't given up in grief, they were offered in love. To say, even now, especially now, you are not alone. Death was never far in the medieval world, but it was not always feared as we might imagine. It was part of the cycle, like harvest and frost, like flowering and rot. What frightened people most was not death itself, but dying alone, or in pain, or without last rites. And so much of medieval medicine focused not just on health, but on the manner of dying. The ars moriendi, or art of dying, was spoken of in both religious and domestic life. It taught that to die well was to be at peace with God, with one's family, with the body left behind. The healer's role in this sacred time was not to interfere, but to accompany. They bathed the body gently, held the hand, read psalms aloud, waited for the final breath as if waiting for dawn. When it came, there was no panic, only quiet work. The sheet drawn up, the face closed carefully, the room tidied, the fire built up again, not for the dead, but for the living. Death did not end healing, it shifted it. The family needed care now, a neighbor's hand on the shoulder, warm bread left by the door, someone to help with the burial clothes. These too were acts of medicine, a kind of stitching not of wounds, but of the torn fabric of life. And even in these darkest moments, stories were told. He went peacefully. She saw her mother in the last hour. He waited for the bell and then let go. These were not facts, always, but they were truths in the way only stories can be. They wrapped the loss in meaning, and meaning, gently given, was often the first step in healing. Outside the sickroom, life continued, but never in ignorance. Villagers kept memory like a second language. A tree planted where a child had once fallen ill. A cross carved into a stable post for a woman who had survived childbirth. A name whispered into the fire each winter for someone lost during the last plague. These rituals were quiet, but never absent. They made space for remembrance, and in doing so, they softened the sting of time. And as time passed, the memory of suffering often turned into knowledge. Don't drink from that stream in the dry season. Never leave the wounds untended overnight. This herb must be crushed, not chewed. These pieces of wisdom weren't locked in libraries. They were held in mouths, passed from mother to daughter, from shepherd to apprentice. This oral tradition was as vast as any written scroll. and though it changed slightly in each telling, its heart remained steady. We have lived through pain, and this is how we lived through it. Some knowledge was marked in places rather than pages. A certain corner of a garden was always used for growing healing herbs. A rock in the woods where bones had once been set. A bench in a church where a child had once recovered after being prayed over. These locations became part of the map of healing, not marked with signs, but with footsteps, with whispered directions, with gestures toward the hills or across a stream. And when people needed help, they followed these remembered paths. Healing also had its music, not formal, always, but rhythmic. The way water was poured, the soft clatter of a wooden spoon in a clay pot, the gentle repetition of a chant. Even the sound of breath could become song. A baby calmed by the steady hum of a lullaby. A fevered man soothed by the rise and fall of a mother's voice. Music filled the silences that words could not touch. It moved through doorways, through thatched roofs, through fields where the sick lay beneath trees, too weak to walk home. There was a kind of music in silence, too, when no one spoke, but someone remained. When the air was filled not with sound, but with presence. A healer knew when to sing and when to hush, when to fill the space and when to simply be. And patients, in their own way, learned this too. They stopped asking to be cured. They asked only to be seen, and they were. Children saw their parents, tending wounds, and learned what it meant to stay. Grandparents saw the trembling of their grandchildren and understood that fear and love always walk together. The sick, in their long hours of stillness, became teachers. They taught patience, they taught gratitude, they taught humility. In a world where much was outside of one's control, whether war, hunger, healing, became a place where control was not needed. Only care, and care, in its simplest form, was timeless. A bowl of warm water, a clean cloth, a gentle word, a hand that didn't flinch. These things existed long before modern medicine and will exist long after. They are the foundation of all healing, and in the medieval world, they were honored as such. As dusk returned each day, and the last chores were done, and the animals tucked in, and the candles lit, the rhythm of care began again. Someone sat beside the fire to grind dried petals into powder. Someone walked to the edge of the village to collect clean water. Someone knelt to give thanks for a fever past. Someone sighed, knowing the work of healing would begin again tomorrow. Not because it was finished, but because it was never meant to be. Somewhere, deep in the folds of a valley, where mist hung low and rivers whispered beneath frost-covered reeds, an old woman stirred crushed elderberries into a small clay pot. Her hands were stained with the purple of healing, and her sleeves smelled of thyme and smoke. She wasn't called a doctor. The village knew her simply as her. When someone ached, they came. When someone bled, they knocked. When someone couldn't sleep, they whispered through her door at midnight. And she, slowly, without spectacle, began the work that had passed from one pair of hands to the next 4 generations. She knew when the fever would break, not from a chart, but from the way the patient's breath caught, or how the cat refused to leave the bedpost. She watched the sky too. If the clouds moved too quickly, she gave valerian. If they hung low and heavy, she reached for rose. Everything was a sign, not of superstition, but of memory. She'd seen this before, in 1328 and 1332, and again when the baker's daughter coughed herself blue, but lived. Every remedy she offered came with a quiet footnote. This has worked before. There were many like her, quiet, unnoticed in the grand stories of knights and kings. But they were the real keepers of health. They had no scrolls, but they remembered. They were not rich, but they were needed. And when they died, they left behind no monuments only. The sudden realization, in the next illness, that something was missing. Someone who knew what to do when the breath grew too shallow. Someone who did not panic when the bleeding began. Someone who stayed up through the long hours of shaking and moaning in silence, and returned the next morning with a basket of herbs as though nothing had passed. And others stepped up. Someone always did. A niece, a shepherd, a young man who had once been treated and never forgot the way she whispered to the fever. That's how healing survived, not through conquest, but through continuity. A thread passed in darkness, a habit, repeated until it became inheritance. In the larger towns, where cobbled streets echoed with the clatter of hooves and the smell of tanners and bakers mixed in the fog, healing took on a different texture. Apothecaries lined the alley's narrow shops filled with labeled drawers, bundles of dried root hanging from the rafters, and jars of green and gold liquid glinting in the torchlight. These were the places where medicine looked more like craft. Ingredients measured, instructions followed, tinctures sold. Some called it progress, others simply called it trade. And yet, the core remained the same. When a mother brought in her son with rashes along his back, the apothecary didn't just mix herbs. He asked, "Has he eaten fish lately? Did he sleep close to the hearth? Was he frightened by thunder?" These questions weren't idle. They reflected a worldview in which the body responded to the world not only through flesh, but through fear, warmth, emotion, spirit. This approach did not divide illness into categories. It wove them into the tapestry of daily life. And so treatment was layered, part herbal, part emotional, part spiritual, a balm for the skin, a tea for the stomach, a suggestion that perhaps the boy needed rest, not correction. Church bells marked the hours of medicine just as much as they did the hours of prayer. Matins, lauds, vespers, each moment held its own medicine. Some herbs were gathered before sunrise, some applied only at dusk. The timing mattered, not because of superstition, but because of rhythm. The body had rhythms, the earth had rhythms. The divine had rhythms, and healing worked best when it moved in time with them all. When plague came, as it did often and without warning, this rhythm shattered. Streets emptied, doors closed, smoke curled from pyres. Healing turned into survival, and still some stayed. The nuns who refused to leave the infirmary, the midwives who entered homes marked with chalk, the monks who rang the bells for the dying even when no one was left to hear them. These were the moments when healing had no herbs to offer, no salves to soothe, only presence. And presence offered despite fear became the final medicine. After plague, after war, after famine, after the long stillness of a hard winter, people emerged not only thinner, but quieter. There was always a hush after suffering, a way of moving more gently, of speaking more slowly. It was not sadness, it was remembrance, a collective memory that the body could break and that others would come to hold it, even then, and so healing continued. A woman who had lost 2 sons in one winter found her hands still knew how to gather herbs in spring. A boy who had once wept at the sight of blood now stitched his neighbor's cut with careful fingers. An old man who no longer walked far could still chant the same prayer his mother sang to him when he burned with fever. These small gifts accumulated, and they kept the world stitched together, because healing was not just for the body, it was for the village, for the soul, for the memory. And as long as someone remembered which herbs to pick, which songs to hum, which stories to tell when someone ached too much to sleep, then healing never really left. It simply waited on shelves, in gardens, in voices, and it was needed again. Somewhere near the edge of a forest whose branches had watched centuries pass, a man knelt to gather mushrooms, not for food, but for healing. He knew which ones could calm the trembling hands of an old widow, which ones could ease the pain, in the belly that returned each spring when the snow melt turned bitter. He carried no sack of tools, no symbols of profession, only the memory of what his grandmother taught him beneath these same trees long ago. Healing, for him, was not a profession. It was a continuation, a quiet rhythm that passed from season to season, mouth to mouth, wound to wound. And that was the great truth of healing in the medieval world. It was everywhere. It was not hidden behind doors or reserved for those with coin. It flowed through the market stalls, beneath the floorboards, across the fields where peasants spent their backs to sow grain, and through the narrow cloisters of abbeys that smelled of candle wax and herbs. It was part of walking and working and whispering prayers beneath one's breath. It was in the way people remembered each other's ailments, passed soup without asking, laid a hand on the shoulder of someone who hadn't slept well. It wasn't just knowledge, it was presence. There were times when the illness passed suddenly. A child who had burned with fever for 6 days woke one morning and asked for bread. A man who had stopped speaking after a head injury suddenly began humming again as he cleaned his tools. These moments were not explained. They were welcomed, celebrated quietly. A longer hug, a bowl of stew filled a little higher. No one asked why. They only gave thanks. And sometimes the healing was so subtle it was missed entirely. A woman who had wept every morning began to sing as she worked. A boy who refused to speak after his brother died offered a new friend a carved toy. These signs were not marked as recovery, but they were. The body healed. And so did the spirit. There were rituals that marked this return: a haircut, a visit to the market, a meal eaten in company again. These were the milestones of healing, unnoticed by history, but meaningful in the texture of daily life. They said, "The worst has passed. The world moves on, and you are still in it." And sometimes, healing came in the form of preparation. A man who knew his body was failing built a bench near the chapel where others might sit in the sun. A woman nearing her final days spent her time teaching a young girl how to bind wounds, how to hold silence, how to bless a body after death. These were not acts of resignation. They were acts of legacy, of healing passed forward, rather than held tightly. It was as though they were saying, "I may be leaving, but my care will remain. In you, there is no single word that can describe the kind of medicine medieval people practiced." It was part science, part prayer, part story, part silence. It was practical, spiritual, emotional, communal. It bled across categories and refused reduction. A healer might kneel beside a sick bed and press a poultice to a swollen joint while murmuring a saint's name under her breath. She might remember a dream she had the night before and brew an unexpected tea. She might do nothing at all but sit and wait, and in that waiting, allow the sickness to soften on its own. All of these were medicine. All of them were real, and though much has changed, the core of it, what truly mattered, has not. To notice someone's pain, to remain near, to offer what you can, when you can, to witness the dark and not leave, that is healing. Even now, in hospitals filled with machines, in homes where digital lights glow through the night, in cities that never sleep, the heart still aches in the same places. The body still fears the same way. And healing real, healing still begins with presence, with a bowl of warm soup, with someone remembering your name, with silence that isn't empty. The medieval world, with all its herbs and prayers and rough-wrapped cloth, has something to teach us still. It teaches us that we do not have to fix everything, that we only need to care, that caring is enough, that caring is everything. And so, in the final quiet moments of that long night, after the fire has burned down and the healer's hands have finally rested in their lap, there is no declaration of victory, no cure shouted to the sky. There is only the breath of the sleeping patient, and the soft voice of the healer, whispering, "You are not alone." In a quiet glen, where the trees leaned close and streams wove between moss-covered roots, a group of children played near the edge of a clearing. One of them fell not hard, but enough to cry out. The sound echoed through the valley like a bell, and within moments, someone came. Not a doctor, not a priest, just a woman who had heard that kind of cry 1,000 times. She knelt, wiped the dirt from the child's knee, and looked not at the scrape, but at the child's face. That was where pain lived. And once the crying slowed, once the breath came easier, then and only then she opened her satchel and took out a strip of clean cloth, already scented with thyme. This is how healing happened most often. Not in moments of great drama, but in responses so swift and natural that they almost went unnoticed. A child's scraped knee, a man's weariness after a long day, a mother's silence after burying her 4th child. These moments did not call for applause, they called for presence. And in responding without hesitation, without expectation, the people of the medieval world became healers. Again and again, some healing came from preparation, long before the pain arrived. A home with dried herbs hung along the rafters was not only beautiful, it was ready. A bucket of clean water near the door, a jar of honey tucked away from the cold, a sprig of rosemary planted by the threshold. These things weren't decoration. They were decisions. They were whispers into the future. When suffering comes and it, we will not panic. We will begin here. There was healing in the way bread was baked, not just for hunger, but for strength. A crust thick enough to keep for days. A center soft enough to swallow even with aching teeth. Bread was never just food. It was a carrier for herbs, for warmth, for ritual. It was dipped in wine to soothe the sick, placed in the hands of the dying, broken and shared in memory of those who had passed. The act of giving bread said, "You are not forgotten." And that, too, was a kind of healing. In some villages, once a year, everyone gathered to clean the public spaces, not just for hygiene, but for health of the spirit. The water troughs were scrubbed, the paths swept, the benches washed, old leaves and dead branches burned. This was not just maintenance, it was medicine. The community itself was treated, renewed. People emerged from winter, tired and silent. But together they made the town ready, again, not only for crops and trade, but for life to continue. And for those who could not participate, those too old, too sick, or too broken in spirit, neighbors visited with updates, stories, laughter. They brought them the scent of the fire, the taste of the fresh bread, the feeling of belonging. Healing was not only about restoring function, it was about restoring connection, being included in the world, even from a sickbed, even through a doorway, even through words alone, was a medicine stronger than any herb. Even animals were included in the rituals of care. A sick horse was tended with as much reverence as a sick man. A cat curled on a child's chest was believed to draw out fever. Chickens were fed mint to keep them calm. People observed the health of the flock as a reflection of the village's well-being. A sudden illness in dogs might be read as a sign of change in weather, a curse, a warning, and so the animals too were watched, tended, prayed over, for all things living shared the same fragile breath in colder regions, where snow buried fields for months and darkness came early. Healing took on a more inward rhythm. There were fewer herbs to gather, fewer tasks outdoors, and so the healer turned to what was already inside: stored roots, dried berries, preserved fat, old stories. Illness during winter was different. It was slower, deeper, often more spiritual. The bones ached with a heaviness that no poultice could ease. The heart grew tired of silence. During these times, healing came in the form of presence. Someone sitting beside the fire with the sick. Someone writing a name in the snow and saying it aloud. Someone braiding hair while the feverish one slept. It wasn't about urgency. It was about endurance. Surviving the cold. Carrying one another through the silence. There were songs only sung in winter, meant to stir the heart and remind the soul that spring would return. They were slow, with long, rising notes that echoed like bells through narrow halls. These songs were healing, too. Not because they stopped pain, but because they named it and gave it music. And when spring finally came, when the first green shoot rose and the birds began to build again, the village breathed a different kind of breath. Those who had suffered through the cold were welcomed into the sun. Blankets laid outside, hair combed in the fresh air, healing in the open beneath sky. This was not miracle, this was season. And season itself, in the medieval world, was a kind of cure. There were still things that could not be mended. A twisted spine, a lost limb, a grief too deep to name. But these too were not left behind. The people who carried these pains were folded into the life of the village with care. The one who could no longer walk was brought a stool near the fire. The one who could no longer see was guided with a hand on the arm. The one who still wept years after the loss was not hurried to heal. They were given space. And that space was healing, too. The world of the medieval healer was one of continuity. No moment was wasted. No gesture without echo. A prayer whispered. Today might be remembered next winter. A salve made now might ease a wound weeks from now. Healing was not reactive. It was ongoing. A state of mind. A form of citizenship. A way of moving through the world with eyes open and hands steady. And perhaps that's what we've forgotten most. That healing is not always a response to pain. Sometimes it is a preparation for it, a practice, a kind of slow, loving readiness. And when pain does come, as it always does, what matters most is not how quickly we cure it, but how long we're willing to stay. There was something sacred about a home that had known illness and come through it. Not because the walls were changed, but because the people inside moved differently. They stirred the soup a little longer. They placed the extra log on the fire. Without asking, they kept the clean linens close, just in case. These small things weren't spoken of as caution, they were habits of care. A memory held in movement. That's how healing left its mark, not as a scar, but as a pattern. And those patterns, repeated daily, shaped the spirit of a house. Some homes had corners dedicated to healing. A stool near the hearth where the sick were always seated. A shelf with the dried herbs lined in the order of use. A blanket that was only brought out when someone was burning with fever. These things weren't fancy. They weren't even seen as special. But they meant everything to the one whose body had betrayed them. In these corners, pain was expected and answered. It was common for people to sleep through illness in the same bed they were born in, often with the same lullaby sung to them as when they were infants. Time in the medieval world was circular, not linear. To fall ill was to return to childhood, to simplicity, to the soft care of others. There was no shame in it. In fact, being cared for was seen as a form of trust. It meant you had lived long enough, suffered enough, that others now had the right to give back what you had once given. There were beds that remembered, the frame that creaked always at the same moment when the fevered one turned, the straw that needed fluffing before sleep could come, the window that let in too much air, unless you stuffed the cloth just right. These details mattered. They didn't fix illness, but they fixed the world around it. And when everything else was unknown, when pain twisted through the chest, or breath came in shallow bursts, familiarity was a medicine all its own in families. Healing passed through generations, not only as knowledge, but as instinct. A father rubbed his daughter's back, the same way his mother once rubbed his. A son tucked the blanket under his grandfather's feet, in the same careful fold he remembered from long ago. These gestures were not taught, they were absorbed. Healing was muscle memory. It lived in the spine, in the fingertips, in the way someone paused at the door before stepping into the room of someone suffering. Even among strangers, healing found its way. Travelers were often offered shelter in barns or corners of cottages, not because it was convenient, but because illness did not recognize property lines. A coughing man on the road might be offered wine warmed with cloves. A woman limping on frost-bitten feet might be given wool strips for wrapping. These gifts were never expected back. They were given because that's what people did. You eased the suffering you saw. It was that simple. There were markets where you could buy bundles of dried chamomile tied with blue ribbon. Not for show, but to signal it had been blessed. Honey, soaked with sage. Apple vinegar sealed with wax, stamped with a cross. These goods weren't expensive, because healing wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity, shared by all. The market itself became a place where pain met compassion. Even bargaining grew quiet when someone said, "It's for my son. He has a fever that won't break." Some sellers gave away remedies. Not often, but often enough. To a widow who'd lost her coin. To a traveler too ill to speak. To a child with eyes too bright and breath too fast. These moments weren't recorded, but they mattered. The jar of balm pressed into a desperate hand. The unspoken forgiveness of a debt. These were the true currency of medieval medicine. Trust, mercy, hope. Healers rarely worked alone for long. Not because they needed help, but because healing was never meant to be solitary. Even the most skilled midwife relied on neighbors to boil water, to bring fresh cloths, to hold the hand of the woman giving birth. A bone setter needed someone to distract the patient during a reset. A wise woman often asked the child to fetch the herbs to give them something to do. Yes, but also because involvement healed fear. When you helped, you felt braver. And when healing failed, when the wound deepened, the breath stopped, the fever won, it was not seen as failure. It was a closing, a passage. The healer stayed to the end, not to conquer death, but to witness it, to say, "I saw you, I did not leave." And that witnessing was not small. It meant that the person who died had not gone unnamed, that their last pain had been seen, their last breath shared. After death, the tools were cleaned, not with haste, but with reverence. The bowl used for washing was rinsed with lavender, the cloth burned, the herbs set aside. The healer sat in silence for a time, not out of exhaustion, but to allow the moment to pass fully. Only then did they speak again. Only then did they rise and return to the world, where someone else, somewhere, was beginning to cough. And so it continued. Pain arrived, as it always did, in the joints, in the belly, in the mind, but it was never answered with panic. It was answered with ritual, with care, with patience. The same herbs gathered again, the same cloths soaked, the same songs sung. Healing was not invention, it was repetition. Not a miracle, but a memory. And the memory remained. In some parts of the countryside, healing was marked not only by the body's response, but by the changes in sound. The house that had been silent for days suddenly stirred with the clink of spoons, the creak of a chair, the soft hum of a voice returning. These sounds were signs. They told the others, without saying so, the worst is passing. The child who had not spoken now asked for water. The man who had not eaten now dipped bread into broth. The room filled again, not just with people, but with life. The returning of sound after illness was like birdsong after winter. A kind of music that reminded everyone, this house still breathes. Healers often recognized recovery before anyone else did. They noticed the light in the eyes returning, the way the hands rested differently. They might not say anything, just smile softly and begin folding up the extra blankets. They knew not to celebrate too early. Illness was tricky. It could vanish and return in the same night. But they saw the signs. The loosened brow, the steadier breath. The hunger was a good sign. It meant the body wanted to stay. The food offered during healing was never random. Warm, soft, slightly sweet. A stew with barley, a porridge with herbs, a roasted root vegetable, salted and cut thin. The meals were simple because they had to be, but they were also intentional. The healer didn't just feed the body, they fed the will. The one who ate was declaring, "I choose to remain," and those who sat nearby passing the cup, holding the bowl, wiping the corners of the mouth did not see this as labor. It was grace. To feed the weak was to carry them gently back into the world. In some places, healing wasn't complete until the person had stepped outside, not far, just to the doorway, to feel the wind, to see the sky, to hear the noise of the village. Again, this step across the threshold was sacred. It marked the return. The healer might walk with them just for that first breath of air. It wasn't about strength, it was about presence. The body, once still for so long, moving again. The eyes adjusting to light, the breath joining the wind, and the village noticed. Someone would nod, someone else would smile. No one said, "We thought you'd die." They didn't need to. Their presence said enough. You made it. Welcome back. Some people never returned fully. Their illness left something behind, a limp, a tremor, a quietness that hadn't been there before. But they were not treated as broken. They were seen as changed. The village made room for that change. The tasks shifted, the pace slowed, the expectations softened, and the person, in turn, brought something back with them from the illness. A patience, a stillness, a depth. People who had been close to death often moved differently, not slower, but with a certain awareness. They noticed things, a change in the wind, a flicker in someone's eye. They became part of the healing web, even if they never called themselves healers. They had known pain, and so they carried comfort in their silence. Even in homes where death had come and stayed, healing still moved. The rooms were cleaned not to forget, but to honor. The windows opened not to erase memory, but to let it breathe. A child might ask, "Will she ever come back?" And the answer might be whispered with tears, "No, but we still cook her bread." These small acts of continuity were medicine. For the ones who stayed, for the house itself. Sometimes, on feast days, names were read aloud of the sick who had recovered and the dead who had gone peacefully. These readings were not performances. They were rituals of remembrance. Each name was a thread. Together, they wove the story of the village. The healer might stand in the back, unnoticed, holding a sprig of yarrow or lavender, listening, not counting victories, just remembering. Healing was never just about stopping pain. It was about restoring relationship to the body, to others, to time. And time, in the medieval world, moved differently during healing. A single day might stretch long with repetition, but it was in that repetition that people found rhythm. The same tea, morning and evening. The same prayer, the same gentle wipe of the brow. These rituals didn't just soothe the sick, they grounded the healer. In the quiet, healing moved like breath, in, out, and slowly the world came back. Some evenings, after all the work was done and the sick were finally resting, the healer would step outside not far, just to the garden's edge or the path beyond the door, and breathe, not to escape the pain, but but to remember that there was a world beyond it. The stars above the thatched rooftops, the hush of wind through hedgerows, the creak of wood cooling under night air. These things reminded them that while pain filled the room behind them, it was not the whole story. Beyond the cough, beyond the fever, beyond the bone-deep ache, there was still sky, still earth, still breath. Healers needed those moments, not because they doubted, but because they felt. Every cry heard, every wound cleaned, every breath that faltered, and every hand they held at the end, they carried all of it. And sometimes, to remain whole, they needed silence. They needed stars. They needed the reassurance that the world continued, even when it ached. They might stoop to gather one last handful of lemon balm, or run their fingers over the thyme grown from cuttings decades old. These herbs, these scents, these quiet companions had seen as much as the healer had, carried as many hopes, failed just as often, and yet they kept growing. Some healers kept journals not in the way we think of them, but in scraps, a string around a certain bundle of herbs, a stone tucked into the corner of a shelf, a feather saved from the day a boy survived the pox. Each item had meaning, though none of it was written. The healer knew, and in knowing, they remembered, and in remembering, they healed again. Because memory was a part of medicine, so was slowness, the ability to wait. Not every wound closed on the healer's schedule. Not every fever broke when prayed for. Some illnesses lingered not dangerously, but persistently, and those who lived with them required a different kind of care. Not urgent, not new, but ongoing. The same herbal tea each night, the same message each morning. You are not forgotten. This kind of healing was quiet, invisible, and yet it made life possible for many. A man who could no longer walk still had a seat at the table. A woman who had lost her voice was still asked what she thought. A child who feared sleep was told the same story, night after night, until the fear softened. These were not cures, but they were healing. Sometimes healing meant knowing when not to act, when to let the body rest, when to admit the limit of knowledge. The healer did not pretend to have answers. They watched, they listened, and when they did not know, they said so. That honesty was its own comfort. I don't know, but I will stay. There was no shame in uncertainty. In fact, it was part of the rhythm. Healing was never a straight path. It doubled back. It stopped and started. It surprised, and the healer walked beside it, not ahead of it. There were days when nothing seemed to change. The patient still sweated, still trembled, still turned away from food, but the healer returned anyway, sat in the same chair, stirred the same herbs, said the same words. And sometimes, when the sick one finally opened their eyes, they didn't remember the moment of recovery. They remembered the presence, the constancy. That was the true power of healing, not in the remedies, though they mattered, but in the refusal to turn away. Pain isolated, but care reconnected. Some people recovered and never spoke of it again. Others carried the memory like a shield. I survived, they said, even when no one asked. Both responses were valid. Both were part of the story. The healer never demanded gratitude, but sometimes, years later, someone would bring them a gift, a sack of grain, a length of wool, a child named after the one who had lived. These were not payments, they were blessings passed forward, and when the healer themselves fell ill, which they did, eventually it was often quiet. They knew the signs, they prepared, they rested before they were asked to, and those they had once cared for came to their door, brought tea, tucked the blanket, sat beside the fire, because healing once given returned. And so the rhythm continued, not just in one place or one body, but through generations. A daughter who watched her mother care for the sick grew into a woman who did the same. A boy who once lay fevered in bed became the man who rose at dawn to gather mint. And long after the names were forgotten, the hands remembered how to tie the bandage, how to test the warmth of a cloth, how to say, "You are safe," without speaking at all. Because healing never dies, it changes hands. At the edge of every village, there was a place where people went to walk and think. Sometimes it was a low hill with tall grasses, sometimes a path along the riverbank, sometimes only a bend in the road where the stones stayed warm underfoot. These places were not marked on maps, but they were known. The sick visited them when they were well enough to stand. The grieving wandered there after the candles were snuffed. The healers themselves, when tired or wordless, paused there for breath. These were not healing places in the way of shrines or wells, but they held something quiet, something kind. They were made sacred, not by miracle, but by repetition, by footsteps, by silence shared with the wind. This was part of medicine, too. The places where healing paused, not to stop, but to listen. For in the medieval world, healing wasn't only about doing, it was also about being. Being present when the pain peaked. Being patient when nothing seemed to change. Being silent when words failed. The healer's skill wasn't only in the herb or the salve or the prayer. It was in the pause, the waiting, the holding of space. Pain, after all, rarely moved on command. It moved like weather rising and falling, unpredictable, sometimes clearing overnight, sometimes lingering for weeks. And the healer, like a good roof, was steady no matter the storm. This steadiness mattered, more than knowledge, more than confidence. The sick trusted it. It told them, even if I do not get better, I will not be left. That was the first medicine. The second was rhythm. Rhythm soothed the frightened. The daily habits, the hourly prayers, the measured breath, the same bowl, the same spoon, the same soft hymn in the late afternoon. In a world without clocks, healing happened by feel, by light, by the movement of animals, by the chill in the air, by the way someone sighed in their sleep. These signs, unmeasured by numbers, told the healer all they needed. The sun touched the threshold. Time for broth. The birds stopped calling. Time for quiet. The fevered one stirred after hours of stillness. Time to check the pulse again lightly, without waking. The rhythm also included the sacred. Church bells tolled throughout the day, not only for worship, but for structure. Morning prayers, midday silence, evening confession. These bells shaped the rhythm of care. The healer timed their visits between them. The sick counted their breaths. By them, even the dying listened, hoping to hear one final bell before they went. And when they did go, healing continued. It shifted, but it didn't end. A mother who lost a child began gathering herbs for others. A man who survived plague became the village's quiet companion, visiting the lonely, tending graves, remembering names. Healing passed through the hands of the wounded. It always had. In towns, the rhythm was louder, faster. But even there, the thread of care held. In crowded markets, someone stopped to ask how a neighbor's son was recovering. A bread maker wrapped the loaf in cloth, knowing the buyer would take it to someone who couldn't chew yet. A young apprentice watched how the barber surgeon touched the shoulder of a frightened man before setting the bone. These moments weren't grand, but they echoed, and in echoing they taught. For much of healing was learned that way, not in lessons, but in echoes. The way a voice softened in the presence of pain, the way a room grew still when someone couldn't breathe, the way time stretched when death hovered. Children learned by watching. They played healer in the fields, bandaging each other's arms with leaves, whispering words they'd half heard through doors. Their games were memory in the making. They were rehearsals for the lives they would live, the care they would someday. Offered. And when the time came, they would know what to do, even if they didn't know how they knew, because healing lived in the body, not just the mind. It lived in the way one touched a forehead, or stirred tea with both hands, or held a silence longer than expected, just to be sure. And so it moved forward, not fast, not loud, but steady, like a pulse, like a prayer, like breath, asterisk sometimes. The most powerful healing came not from the healer's knowledge, but from their willingness to say nothing, not to fill the space, not to distract, but to be with someone. Through the long ache, there were moments when a mother sat beside her fevered child for days, and all she could do was hum softly and dip cloth into cool water. No clever cure, no saintly intervention, just time and hands that did not leave. In those moments, the healer's power was in their patience. They did not hurry the body. They did not demand answers. They stayed, and in staying, they gave the one thing the sick feared losing most: connection. That, above all, was the medicine everyone reached for. The world of medieval healing was deeply built on that understanding of not curing, but accompanying. People did not think of healing as success or failure. They saw it as a path. Some paths led to strength and standing again. Others led to stillness, to death, and to the long rituals of grieving. But all of them were walked with care. When someone died, the healing continued not to bring them back, but to steady those left behind. Neighbors carried water. Old friends arrived with broth. Someone sat by the fire and spoke their name, even when it hurt. This was not about pretending pain away. It was about recognizing that pain lived in a room full of people, not in the body alone. Even the dead received care. They were washed slowly, hair combed, hands folded, herbs laid in the folds of their garment, both for scent and for symbol. Some were buried with a token, a rosary, a carved figure, a stone from the garden they once tended, not because these things would follow them, but because they had meant something in life. The healer might remain present, saying nothing, just resting a hand on the foot of the bed, the work done, the watching complete. They left only after the body had been seen, after the family had begun to weep or pray or simply fall silent. This was part of the rhythm too, the way healing stepped aside for mourning, and then slowly returned in quieter form. In the weeks that followed, healing moved through homes, not with noise, but with softness. People spoke differently. Meals were cooked with more care. The sick were watched with more attentiveness. A village, after loss, moved more gently for a time, and in that gentleness, healing lived. It was not about forgetting, it was about adapting. And through this quiet adaptation, life returned. Healers themselves aged. Some retired slowly, giving their bundles of herbs to younger hands, passing down pestles worn smooth by decades of use. They no longer visited every home, but they were still called for special moments: a stubborn birth, a lingering fever, a wound that wouldn't close. Their wisdom was remembered not in books, but in their presence. Their nods, their glances. They did not speak often, but when they did, people listened. And when they were gone, it was not their tools that were mourned most, but their being, their way of standing beside the fire, their way of knowing when to be near and when to step back. Some knowledge was lost with them, but much remained, because healing was not held in one person. It was passed through touch, through voice, through time. A child who once lay in bed with fever would one day dip the cloth for someone else. A woman who once wept alone would one day hum the same song to her son. The rhythm of healing continued, not because it was taught, but because it was lived. Even now, in a world of bright screens and sterile rooms, some of that rhythm remains. We still lower our voices when someone we love is unwell. We still place the back of our hand to a forehead. We still boil water and stir honey into it and carry it carefully, hoping it will help. These things are echoes. Echoes of a time when medicine was presence, and presence was medicine. We might no longer walk to the edge of a forest to find yarrow. We might no longer sleep beside the hearth wrapped in rosemary-scented cloth. But the longing remains to be seen in our suffering, and to be cared for gently. And in that longing, we are not different from those who lived centuries before us. We are not more advanced in our hearts. We still ache, we still fear, we still love, and we still heal most deeply through one another. Because healing, in the end, was never really about the herbs or the charms or the chants. It was about the decision to stay, the hand that returned, the eyes that didn't flinch, the room that grew quiet because someone inside it was hurting, the fire that was kept burning, not for warmth, but for hope. The medieval world knew pain intimately. It walked beside them daily in childbirth, in war, in hunger, in the long winters. But they also knew how to meet it, not always with a cure, but with compassion, with rhythm, with presence. And in that presence, something stronger than pain was born. Not immunity, not victory, but love, and love, once shared, does not vanish. It rests in stories, in gestures, in memories passed from hand to hand like worn tools, still warm, and when the time comes again, as it always doesn't, someone you love is hurting, and you find yourself stirring tea, smoothing cloth, sitting quietly beside their bed. You will be part of that same story. You will be one more thread in the long, slow weaving of healing. Not new, not old, simply human, and so it continues. And so it continues. The bowl passed from one generation to the next, the hand that brushes a damp strand of hair from a sleeping brow, the whispered promise that you are not alone, all of it, part of the same long, quiet language. A language without letters, written instead in gestures. The way someone slows their step for the injured. The way a family gathers without being asked when someone cannot rise from bed. The way, even centuries later, we find ourselves repeating these same patterns without knowing why. They come from somewhere deeper than memory. They come from being shaped by the presence of others, even as the medieval world recedes from Osset's winding roads, its candlelit homes, its soft fields and hard winters. The echo of its healing remains. Not in the specifics, perhaps, not in the nettle tea or the prayers to Saint Sebastian, but in the instinct to offer warmth when someone is cold, to sit close when someone shakes, to boil broth when words have failed. These instincts did not vanish with time. They remain in the marrow of who we are. When we say healing, we often imagine fixing, a wound sealed, a fever broken, a body standing tall again. But the medieval world reminds us that healing can also be quiet continuance, a way of living on, even with the pain, a way of finding new balance, a way of letting others carry what we cannot carry alone. The old man who walks more slowly now, but still reaches for his tools. The mother who has lost a child, but still sings over the cradle of another. These people have not been healed in the way we often expect, but they have been held. That is, healing too. And there is something else, something deeper, that the medieval healers understood, perhaps not with words, but with their lives. That every act of care, no matter how small, pushes back against despair. When someone suffers and we stay, when we stir the tea or tend the wound or simply wait with them through the worst of it, we are making a quiet declaration that pain does not get the final word, that love still lingers, that tenderness still matters. In a world that could be brutal and short and cold, they chose warmth anyway. We still have that choice. And each time we make it, each time we light a candle for the sick, each time we offer silence instead of advice, each time we reach out up, hand, even when there is nothing to fix, we take our place in a lineage older than written medicine. A lineage of healers not remembered by name, but by presence. Those who stayed, those who listened, those who helped the hurting sleep. And though we may never know the faces of those who came before us, we are shaped by them. Not by what they taught, but by how they tended. Not by what they knew, but by how they cared. And in that long, slow, quiet tradition we continue. Asterisk, and in that long, slow, quiet tradition we continue. Even when we do not notice it. Even when our hands shake. Even when we are unsure. The act of staying, of returning, of tending what is fragile, these acts ripple forward. Somewhere in a crowded hospital waiting room, someone strokes the back of a loved one's hand in silence, not knowing that gesture mirrors one made 600 years ago in a candlelit room beside a straw bed. Somewhere, a child learning to comfort a sick sibling repeats the same words once whispered in Latin by a nun standing at a bedside in winter. The world moves forward, but these echoes stay. They settle in us, carried like dust from the rooms of those who came before, not remembered, but felt. The medieval healer may never have known the name of what they faced. They might have called it a humoral imbalance, or possession, or divine testing. But they knew suffering when they saw it, and they knew how to meet it. Not always with certainty, not always with skill, but always with heart, with patience, with the kind of quiet courage that comes not from belief in success, but from the refusal to abandon. That was the power of medieval healing, not its remedies, but its rhythm. For in the end, every wound needs time, every fever needs watching, every grieving body needs food and silence and song. Healing was never meant to be fast. It was meant to be faithful, and that faithfulness is what held villages together, what stitched families back together after loss, what allowed people to sleep again after days of wakefulness. It was not dramatic, it was not loud. It was a hand smoothing the bedclothes, a bowl of warm milk, a blanket shaken out and folded, gently, over and over. This was healing, and always has been. Even in moments of despair, something held people close. When the plague swept through a village and half were gone, when war left its wounds, not only in flesh, but in memory, when children starved and mothers wept, and the churches filled with candlelight and morning, healing still lingered. Someone still sang. Someone still planted herbs. Someone still washed the body of the dead as if they were sleeping. This was their answer to pain, to continue loving anyway, because the greatest healing does not always return the body to its former strength. Sometimes, the greatest healing is that which makes life livable again, that which gives the soul permission to stay. And in this, the medieval world had its wisdom. In a time before anesthesia, before antiseptic, before blood typing or microscopes, they understood something we still strive for, that human presence is a form of medicine, that no one should suffer unseen, that tending a wound was also tending a life. And now, in the quiet of our own rooms, in the softness of our own homes, we are still part of that work. When we care for someone, when we reach for their hand, when we sit beside them as the hours pass, we are not just helping, we are remembering. We are remembering a world where the tools were simple, but the care was deep, where medicine was not something separate from life, but folded into it like bread, into hands, like wool into skin, like voice into prayer. And in remembering that world, we bring it forward. We become its continuation. We become its continuation. Not because we set out to be healers, but because we care. Because we witness pain and do not turn away. Because we know, somewhere inside ourselves, that the most human thing we can do is to make someone else's burden just a little lighter, to speak when needed, to listen when words are no longer helpful, to remain present when everything in the world tells us to move on. That is what healing truly is. It is not about removing suffering from the world. It is about making sure that suffering is never carried alone. And though centuries pass and the tools in our hands have changed, the impulse remains the same. We still light candles in memory. We still gather when someone is unwell. We still sing to those we love when they cannot sleep. In all these gestures, tender, instinctual, often unnoticed, we carry with us the great, quiet knowledge of those who came before. They walked the same earth, hurt in the same ways, feared the same darkness, and hoped for the same warmth. And their answers, whispered across time, are the ones we still reach for. Sit with the suffering, speak with care, and love without needing to fix. In this way, healing is not a profession, it is a birthright. It belongs not to those with titles, but to those who stay. And it is passed on not in books, but in moments. When someone wipes away a tear and says, "You don't have to explain." When someone puts a warm cloth into trembling hands and says, "Let's try this." When someone waits outside the room, not to be seen, but just in case they're needed. These moments carry a wisdom older than medicine, a wisdom of presence. The medieval people knew what it meant to live with pain as a daily companion. They did not expect to escape it, but they knew how to meet it. They knew how to name it, how to soften it, how to walk beside it. Their healing was not about conquering the body, was about keeping the spirit whole. And it is in this, above all, that we might still learn from them. Because every time we pause to listen, or cook for the grieving, or return to someone we love who is hurting, we are keeping that wisdom alive, not out of tradition, but out of love. We become its continuation, not because we set out to be healers, but because we care, because we witness pain and do not turn away, because we know, somewhere inside ourselves, that the most human thing we can do is to make someone else's burden just a little lighter, to speak when needed, to listen when words are no longer helpful, to remain present when everything in the world tells us to move on. That is what healing truly is. It is not about removing suffering from the world. It is about making sure that suffering is never carried alone. And though centuries pass and the tools in our hands have changed, the impulse remains the same. We still light candles in memory. We still gather when someone is unwell. We still sing to those we love when they cannot sleep. In all these gestures, tender, instinctual, often unnoticed, we carry with us the great, quiet knowledge of those who came before. They walked the same earth, hurt in the same ways, feared the same darkness, and hoped for the same warmth. And their answers, whispered across time, are the ones we still reach for. Sit with the suffering, speak with care, and love without needing to fix. In this way, healing is not a profession, it is a birthright. It belongs not to those with titles, but to those who stay. And it is passed on not in books, but in moments. When someone wipes away a tear and says, "You don't have to explain." When someone puts a warm cloth into trembling hands and says, "Let's try this." When someone waits outside the room, not to be seen, but just in case they're needed. These moments carry a wisdom older than medicine, a wisdom of presence. The medieval people knew what it meant to live with pain as a daily companion. They did not expect to escape it, but they knew how to meet it. They knew how to name it, how to soften it, how to walk beside it. Their healing was not about conquering the body, it was about keeping the spirit whole. And it is in this, above all, that we might still learn from them. Because every time we pause to listen, or cook for the grieving, or return to someone we love who is hurting, we are keeping that wisdom alive, not out of tradition, but out of love. Asterisk there is a certain kind of wisdom that only comes from tending the sick. A wisdom not of facts or theories, but of feeling. The way a hand knows just how much pressure to use. The way a silence can speak more comfort than 100 well-meaning words. The way time stretches, then shrinks, when you sit beside someone whose body is unsure whether to fight or to fade. In the medieval world, this wisdom was not taught in halls. It was learned beside fires, in stone churches, in the hush of wooden rooms where a body stirred beneath linen. It was learned through repetition, through stillness, through waiting. And so, over the years, the healer changed. Not just in their skills, but in the way they moved through the world. They no longer rushed. They listened before speaking. Their steps slowed, not from age, but from attention. They noticed things others missed the way. A child glanced at the floor too long. The tremble in a woman's voice when she said she was fine. They knew that pain was not always loud, that suffering often dressed itself in silence, and so they learned to hear what was not said. The people around them felt it too, not always in words, but in the way they turned toward the healer in moments of fear, in the way their faces changed when the healer entered the room, not relief exactly, but steadiness. The sense that someone had come who would not look away, who would not flinch. And this, more than any medicine, was the healer's gift, not what they brought, but what they offered. A presence that said, "I will not abandon you." Even when they grew tired, the healer continued, not out of obligation, but out of love, out of habit, out of the long thread of care that had shaped their life. There were days when they questioned it, days when nothing worked, when the illness deepened, when grief pressed in too close. But still, they rose. Still, they tended. And in doing so, they became not just a caretaker of bodies, but of souls. Because the work of healing is not only to mend, it is to witness, to make sure that the one in pain does not vanish into it, that someone, somewhere, still sees them whole, and in this, healing becomes something larger than medicine. It becomes memory, it becomes ritual, it becomes love made visible. And love made visible has always been the deepest medicine. Not the loud kind, not the triumphant kind, but the kind that hums softly in the background of a life. The kind that shows up with warm water and sits through the long dark. The kind that braids hair when the body is too weak to lift a hand, or remembers how someone likes their broth, or closes a window just before the wind changes. These are the moments that made up the rhythm of healing in the medieval world. Not one great cure, but 10,000 acts of tenderness repeated over years. That is how people lived. That is how they endured. There is no record of most of these moments, no names, no dates, no surviving evidence of the hands that wrapped the cloth, or the voices that sang through the fever. But still they mattered. Still they echo. Because healing leaves a trace in the heart, even when the body forgets. And what the body forgets, the spirit holds. A girl once soothed in illness becomes a woman who knows how to soothe others. A man once pulled back from despair learns how to listen for that same silence in someone else. These are inheritances, not written down, but they shape whole generations. And though the old herbs may be gone, and the wooden bowls replaced with polished glass, the core remains. We still long for the same things. For someone to see our pain, for someone to come close, even when there is nothing to be done, for someone to remain. The medieval healer understood this in their bones. They didn't wait for permission. They simply came. They knelt beside the bed. They stirred the tea. They hummed the old hymn. They asked, gently, "Tell me what hurts." And when the answer was tears, or silence, or shaking, they didn't try to solve it. They stayed. Because staying is sometimes the only thing we can do. And it is enough. And in this world, where everything rushes, where pain is so often hidden behind walls and schedules and screens, Perhaps this is what we've forgotten, that healing is not a goal, it is a way of being, a choice made every day in how we respond to the suffering of others and to our own. The medieval world knew this. Their answers may seem old, even strange to modernize, but beneath the surface, the truth remains unchanged, that to ease another's pain is holy work, that care, even if it fails to cure, is never wasted, that presence is a kind of prayer, and that in the quietest acts, the greatest healing takes place. Asterisk in the stillest hours of the night, when even the hearth has gone quiet and only the coals pulse faintly beneath the ash, healing continues, not with motion, but with breath, a steady rhythm of life persisting in the dark. The sick sleep or stir gently. The healer dozes upright in a chair, still wrapped in their cloak, a candle burning low beside them. The house does not speak, but everything within it listens. The walls, the beams, the cold clay cup on the table, they all carry the weight of waiting. And in this hush, a kind of magic happens, not the sudden cure of fairy tales, but the slow turning of the world back toward life. A fever lowers, a heart calms, a breath deepens. No one notices it when it happens. It does not announce itself. But in the morning, something has shifted, and the healer, rising slowly with the dawn, feels it. Not pride, not triumph, but a quiet thankfulness, a sense of having accompanied someone through the narrowest pass in the night. They may not speak of it, but they carry it with them into the day. There were many such nights in the medieval world, cold, firelit nights filled with prayers half-spoken and bodies half-healed. Sometimes the patient recovered, sometimes they didn't, but in either case, the night was shared, and that sharing mattered. It made suffering bearable. It gave it a place to rest. There is a kind of tenderness that grows from this tenderness, not born of softness, but of endurance. Those who have stayed beside the suffering carry that tenderness in their hands. They move more slowly, they speak more deliberately, they do not waste time with cruelty. They have seen too much pain to forget its weight. And when the next call comes, when another neighbor knocks at the door in desperation, they do not hesitate. They gather what is needed: a jar of balm, a clean cloth, a lamp hand. They go, not because they expect to cure, but because they understand that to arrive is already to bring comfort. That to knock, to enter, to say, "I'm here," is to offer a kind of medicine deeper than anything stored on a shelf. So the healer moves from house to house, year after year, and long after they are gone, their name forgotten, their path overgrown, the stories remain. Someone remembers how their sister was held through the worst night of her fever. Someone else remembers how the healer once sat outside a locked room for hours, just so the grieving man inside would know someone waited. These stories are quiet, half-told, passed between generations like heirlooms, too fragile for writing. And yet, they are what remain when the rest fades. Because in the end, what we remember most is not who solved our pain, but who stayed beside us through it. Asterisk, because in the end, what we remember most is not who solved our pain, but who stayed beside us through it. The people who made the room a little quieter. The ones who stirred the fire back to life without being asked. The ones who knew how to sit in stillness while the body did its mysterious, stubborn work. These were the healers who shaped the world. Not always through skill or knowledge, but through something far older attention. The kind of attention that watches without judgment, that waits without complaint, that says, with every quiet breath, "I am here for as long as you need." This kind of care was not written into charters or laws. It was woven into life. It moved through families like a secret that everyone already knew. It passed through villages like a shared memory. Even the poorest homes carried it. A cracked bowl filled with broth, blanket mended for the 100th time, a prayer carved into wood over the bed where someone once wept. In these small gestures, generations of love were stored tucked into corners, hidden in routine, offered again and again. Healing, in this sense, was not only a response to pain, it was a way of preparing for it, of softening the world so that when suffering came, it did not fall onto stone. It fell onto something ready, something warm, something human. And this was the greatest knowledge medieval people held, that we do not need to understand all the causes of suffering to be of use. That comfort is not a science. That a child cradled in a mother's arms is not concerned with the names of illnesses. They only need to be held. So the healer, in every form, nurse, mother, brother, neighbor, learned to hold, to carry, to stay. And though they may not have known the word for it, they practiced it like a prayer. It was not perfect. There were failures, missteps, herbs that made things worse, superstitions that led to harm. And yet, through it all, the effort remained sincere. The desire to ease, to soften, to love even when love was not enough. That sincerity is what lingers. It is what survives the centuries. It is what turns a nameless village woman into an ancestor remembered in the bones of 100 hands that learned how to comfort. And in that long, slow lineage, we find ourselves repeating the same quiet rituals, stirring the same teas, saying the same phrases to the ones we love. We are not separate from the medieval world. We are its continuation, its caretakers, its breath made modern. We are not separate from the medieval world. We are its continuation, its caretakers, its breath made modern. And perhaps what matters most is not how much we have changed, but how much we still remember without realizing. The small habits that linger, the hush we adopt when entering a sick room, the instinct to bring warm food to a grieving friend, the habit of lighting a candle for someone far away. These are not modern inventions. They are echoes of centuries of caregiving, passed down in silence, carved into the muscle memory of every human heart. There is comfort in knowing that our ancestors, with fewer tools and less knowledge, still chose to care, that they didn't need certainty to act, that they responded to pain not with perfection, but with presence. They did not ask if they were qualified. They did not wait until they had answers. They looked, and when they saw suffering, they moved toward it. That is the foundation of healing. To move closer when everything else in the world says to turn away. And sometimes that closeness is the only gift we have. The body will fail, the fever will not break, the wound will deepen, the breath will slow. And yet the healer remains, not to win, but to witness. Not to save, but to accompany. That is what gives healing its sacred shape. Not its power, but its patience. When we think of healing now, we often think in terms of solutions. Fix this, remove that, cure it. But the medieval world reminds us that there is another way. A way that does not chase perfection, but holds space for brokenness. A way that sees pain not as a problem, but as a passage, a place to walk through slowly, with care. And the healer walks it not ahead of the suffering, not behind, but beside, always beside. This is why, even now, we feel a kind of reverence when someone stays through our pain. Why we remember the friend who sat up all night more than the one who gave advice. Why we feel closer to the one who simply showed up, who brought tea, who asked nothing of us. These moments of presence speak to something ancient in us, something that recognizes not the authority of the healer, but the humanity. And in this recognition, we are reminded that healing is not rare. It is everywhere. It is as common as breath, as available as light, as necessary as water. It lives in the gestures between us. It lives in the care we offer without asking. It lives in the decision to remain close, even when the pain is sharp and the way forward uncertain. That, in the end, is what the medieval world teaches us. That healing is not an act. It is a way of being. That healing is not an act. It is a way of being. A rhythm that moves with us from birth to death, not as something we summon in moments of emergency, but as something that surrounds us, always woven into our daily lives, as much a part of the world as weather or bread. In the medieval world, people did not separate healing from living. They did not speak of treatments and outcomes. They spoke of the fever that came after harvest, the breath that quickened with sorrow, the sleep that would not return, and they responded not with panic, but with presence, with herbs, with prayers, with hands that had known work and worry and the stillness of waiting. Pain, too, was understood differently. It was not always something to be feared or avoided. It was part of the cycle, part of the season. Children grew up alongside it. Elders bore it quietly, and those who had suffered most often became the most tender. They did not flinch at another's wound. They did not rush to explain it. They simply knew the look in someone's eyes when the body could no longer carry what it once did. And that knowing became a kind of wisdom, not of words, but of response. The pain was still there, the suffering real, but it was met with hands that had learned how to stay, with voices that knew how to sing even when hope grew thin, with meals prepared slowly, with cloths warmed before being pressed to the skin. These were the answers that did not change with time. These were the answers that remained, even when cures could not. And perhaps that is the most enduring truth, that healing is not about erasing the pain. It is about showing someone that they are still worthy of care in the midst of it, that their suffering does not make them less human, that they do not have to earn comfort. It will come simply because they hurt. In this, the medieval healer stood in the same tradition we continue today, a lineage not of scholars and surgeons alone, but of listeners, of companions, of people who said, "You are still worthy," in 10,000 quiet ways, through broth, through song, through presence. And it is through them that we inherit this work, not as a burden, but as a gift, because every time we offer care, we speak their names again, even if we do not know them. Every time we stay, we carry forward what they taught, not through books, but through being, through patience, through silence, through love. Asterisk. And so we end, not with certainty, but with the same quiet rhythm that has carried us all this way. The rhythm of breath beside a fire, the hush of a room where someone sleeps after days of fever, the low murmur of a healer's voice offering comfort in the language of care. There was no grand conclusion in the medieval world, no final chapter where suffering vanished and life resumed untouched. There was only this, presence, again and again. Someone staying when the pain was at its worst. Someone kneeling beside a child and saying, "We will do what we can." Someone wrapping herbs in cloth, not because they believed in magic, but because they believed in trying, in showing up, and that more than any tincture or charm or whispered prayers, what made their medicine holy. They could not always mend the wound, but they could hold the hand. They could not always break the fever, but they could sit through the night. They could not always explain the pain, but they could make sure no one suffered alone. That is what survives. That is what continues through the centuries, carried in our bones, in our voices, in the warmth of our hands. The instinct to love in the face of pain, the willingness to be present when nothing else remains. So if you ever find yourself beside someone who hurts, if the words fail, if the cure is unclear, remember what the old world knew: presence heals. Not all at once, not forever, but enough. Enough to rest, enough to hope, enough to hope, enough to stay one more night and see what the morning brings. That is how they healed. That is how we still do. and that is enough. Asterisk. And now, dear traveler, the fire has grown. Lo, the last embers glow gently in the hearth, and the wind at the window sighs like an old lullaby. We have walked together through quiet kitchens and candlelit rooms. We have sat beside the sick and stood with the healers. We have remembered a world where pain was familiar but never ignored, where care lived not in clinics but in cottages, not in haste, but in the patient hands of people who loved without needing to be asked. You may not remember all the details. That's all right. What matters is the feeling, the soft rhythm of presence, the way comfort comes not always with words, but with warmth. What mattered then, as now, was not the cure, but the closeness, the staying, the act of showing up again and again, even when the outcome was uncertain. So let this story settle around you like a blanket. Let it warm you. Let it remind you that you, too, carry that same healing instinct. You, too, are part of this long, quiet tradition. And long after this moment passes, the care you give small, unnoticed, steady will echo through someone else's night. The hour grows late. The world is quieter now. Let yourself drift. Let the centuries fall away. Let your breath deepen, slow, and soften. You are safe, you are held, and you are not alone.